Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Sublette County authorities are calling a grand jury to decide whether to indict Cody Roberts, a Daniel man who ran over a wolf with a snowmobile, brought it muzzled into a bar, and then shot it in February 2024. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Roberts paid $250 last March toward a citation for violating Wyoming game and fish regulations against possessing wildlife, but he could still be charged under a different law if a grand jury sees fit.
The case was just kind of a PR disaster for Wyoming, not to mention our laws. It shone a spotlight on our laws, and the whole world wanted to stereotype Wyoming over this, it seemed like at the time. But Roberts, meanwhile, paid $250 toward a game and fish citation for possessing wildlife. And so a lot of the outrage was, well, why isn't he facing something more serious? Well, with this grand jury convening, so A, they can look and see if a more serious charge applies to him under the evidence, and B, they can subpoena witnesses, and as long as there's not like a Fifth Amendment incrimination or spousal privilege situation, they can basically make them talk.
The incident with the wolf exploded into international headlines, sparking outrage across the country from sportsmen and animal rights activists, and put both the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and Wyoming's wildlife management laws under scrutiny. Brian Nesvik of Wyoming was on the verge of Senate confirmation Thursday to lead the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, with Republicans working long hours to counter blanket stalling by Democrats of President Donald Trump's nominees. The Senate Environment and Public Works Committee approved Nesvik's nomination on a 10-9 party line vote nearly 4 months ago. But Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that only this week did Senate Republican leader John Thune of South Dakota finally get around to initiating floor action on Nesvik.
The Republicans have been hit with extreme stalling tactics by the Democrats, who are really unhappy with the hyper-partisan activities by the Republican Party pushing legislation on strictly partisan votes. They're stalling everything. It's not about Brian Nesvik. It's about everybody. They're dragging it out as long as possible, because the longer that you drag it out, the more you slow down the agenda overall.
But with Nesvik poised to become the new head of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that his open support for delisting grizzly bears has been the deciding factor in whether people supported or opposed his confirmation.
A lot of folks' opinions, one way or another, seem to hinge on Nesvik's open support of delisting grizzly bears. Some people think, hey, that's great, it's way overdue. He goes from Wyoming and goes to Washington and gets done what we needed done. But then other folks are saying, no, we really do not need grizzlies delisted. They still need the protection. They're still facing growing threat from human encroachment on their range and other such things.
It's expected that if Nesvik takes the helm at FWS, the odds of grizzlies being delisted will greatly increase. If they are delisted, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department plans to open limited grizzly hunting seasons in Wyoming. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
There are few things more unsightly than a baseball cap sitting on one of the gorgeous and delicate bacterial mats that surrounds thermal features in Yellowstone National Park. However, the best thing a park visitor can do is leave them be. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that one visitor seemed to be taking matters into his own hands Monday, going off the designated boardwalks to go after those hats.
The bacterial mats in Yellowstone National Park are living things. They're communities of thermophiles, which are microbes that have adapted to survive in the intense climates. They are durable to an extent because, bison walk across them, wolves walk across them, bears walk across them. And if one or two people were to walk across them, probably wouldn't do that much damage, if any. But when you've got hundreds of people who could potentially see one person out there and decide they can walk out there, that's why it's a problem.
While this tourist may have been well-intentioned, stepping onto any of Yellowstone's bacterial mats is considered thermal trespass and is punishable with anything from fines to a temporary ban from the park. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Yeah, good morning. Welcome to Cowboy State Daily Radio. John Baggett here at Sheridan, Wyoming, broadcasting from my little studio at my home. We'll check the weather real quick here before we get to talking with our special guest this hour, Mr. Bob Beck. Stand by, Bob. Chance of afternoon rain, increasing clouds to mostly sunny over Wyoming today. Highs in the upper 70s and near 90 degrees in some places, and the lows in the upper 30s and upper 50s. Casper, a slight chance of rain today. The low near 54, a high today about 90. Right now in Sheridan, it's 51 degrees with clear skies. Here with your buddy Bags in the studio and now in the Zoom room with a special guest. Very pleased that you could get up and join me this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bob Beck in the Zoom room. Good morning, Bob. How are you?
I'm great, John. I'm probably a little more awake than you are right now, since it's a delightful 8 o'clock in the morning out here. So
Where
thank
are
you for
you?
having me. And good morning to both of our listeners who got up with us this morning at 6.
I love it. I bother people in Europe, the East Coast, and sometimes the Central Time Zone for this Saturday, 6 a.m. It's like Bags, my day off, 6 in the morning. But you and I, we're old morning show radio guys. It's tough for us to sleep in. So where are you, Bob Beck?
I am in lovely Kirkville, New York, which is about a 20-minute drive from Syracuse. I always describe it, Bags, as like people that might live in Wellington, Colorado, and they've got Fort Collins just down the street. And so that's sort of my situation. I'm in a rural part of central New York. In 10 minutes, I'm in a suburban part, and then have certainly the city of Syracuse. So it's kind of combining my worlds of my entire life into one situation. Grew up a suburban kid, went to the west of Wyoming, and then so we've brought that all in. I've got farm stands on my block, and so it's a great situation.
Well, give me a chance to set you up here with a little bio for those that don't know. I've done my research, learned well from you. We're going to get into how we know each other too. That's wow. Are we proud of you? From where we started.
Is the statute of limitations up? I think so. Yeah. And I think since I'm out of state, I don't think they can extradite me back there. So we can talk about anything.
I do know that there's a wanted poster in Rock River, Wyoming, with your face on it, but we'll get to
quite
that.
Possible. Yeah, I've avoided that. I kind of do 80 and miss Rock River whenever I can.
You bet. Well, Bob Beck retired. I've been keeping track of you. We're friends on social media. You inspire me in a lot of ways, but not with what you call retirement. I know what that's going to look like for your buddy Bags here. But anyway, retired from Wyoming Public Media after serving as news director of Wyoming Public Radio for 34 years. Wow. And as news director at WPR, was won 100 national, regional, state news awards. Again, we claim you. Us guys that kind of grew up with you, by the way, with all your success. Bob also, besides news director, but co-creator, host, and producer of a great show, the Open Spaces, the news magazine called Open Spaces, won 11 National Public Media Journalist Association awards. You've won 5 regional Edward R. Murrow Awards, and you covered the legislature the longest in Wyoming broadcast history. It goes on and on, Bob. I'm only reading the highlighted stuff here. So it's hard for me to pick a place to start. So I'm going to let you, first of all, describe where you came from, there's still not as quite as profound as I remember when you first got to Sheridan, Wyoming, but there's still a little Chicago accent in there. But describe where you grew up.
And it's probably because I'm back where people talk out of their nose. So
Yeah.
I'm back in that area, and that may have affected me. But yes, I grew up in Wheaton, Illinois, which is about 25 miles west of Chicago. It's a 45-minute drive to get there, but it's 25 miles as the bird flies, thanks to traffic. But grew up there. Went to college at Southern Illinois University in Carbondale. Worked
Salukis, right?
Yes.
What's a Saluki?
I'm a proud Saluki. It's an Egyptian dog.
Okay.
Bob Odenkirk went there. Jim Belushi went there. A whole bunch of fascinating
Isn't
people.
it very much a media, well known for its media?
Yeah, it's got a excellent communications department. A lot of theater and film people have come from there, as well as broadcasters. Gosh, it was a pipeline to CNN for a lot of my colleagues and my friends. Yeah, that came out of there for many back when CNN was good. And then, which seems like that was some time ago. And then a lot of TV, radio, very similar to what I'm dealing with here at Syracuse University, which we'll talk about in a bit. But came from there, worked at a couple of commercial radio stations in Southern Illinois. And I actually ended up in Sheridan because of another Saluki, Jay Burt, who you remember, I'm sure. And Jay, you guys were looking for somebody. I was in the midst of trying to find work, and it'd been a month out of college, couldn't find that full-time gig, and you're panicking. And he called up out of the blue, and they told me that they wanted me to do news and sports. And Kim Love had an idea that they might kind of break into the play-by-play world. And so I was brought out there to do just that. And as you recall, I did Sheridan College basketball. We did a on a Friday spot on open mic. I think it was that what it was called. Yes. Or no, Public Pulse.
Public Pulse, yeah.
Public Pulse
still
was
here.
Sheridan.
Still, it's on every morning at they call it Sheridan Media now. It was Lovecom Incorporated when we were there together, but
yeah, and so I did a sports segment every Friday on that, and then I had a chance to be there. So I was only in Sheridan just a little less than a year, and then went to KOWB KCGY.
In Laramie.
In Laramie. We got to know Kirk Gowdy when we were there, since he was the owner, and Trevor Gowdy, who's still kind of famous. Remember, he was wandering around visiting us from time to time.
You bet. Well, let me interject here with our so we worked together. I was doing a midday show and a nighttime rock and roll show at KROE, at the FM side of KROE here in Sheridan. It's FM 94. I think it's Z94 now, still a classic rock station, but that was my humble beginnings. But you went to KOWB in Laramie, and Andy Hofer,
right?
Andy, and then I get a call one day from Bob Beck, who we became friends in Sheridan, and he says, "Baggs, are you serious about this radio business? Because there's a position open here that you might want to apply for." It was like assistant production and a midday radio show and that kind of thing. And so up to that point, I was just trying to impress the girls with doing a rock and roll DJ gig in Sheridan.
Which you were doing, as I recall. You had all the girls kind of impressed. I was a little jealous.
Hey, Deb, I'm glad she's still sleeping. But anyway, so you called, said, come on down, and then we worked together again at both KOWB, KCGY, the Kirk Gowdy Sports Radio Network, with some incredibly talented people, it turns out.
Well, both places, up in Sheridan, we had, on the air, he was John Marlin, right? Marlin Kroll, and he worked in Minneapolis for a while.
I got a funny Marlin Kroll story, but Yeah.
You yourself, you're Mr. Big Shot down in Denver. We used to love listening to you. My late wife Debbie and I would be down in Boulder or Denver or whatever, and we'd hear you on the air, and initially on the weekends, as I recall.
Yeah.
And so that was we'd make sure we got a chance to hear our old pal do that, and then I know. He went on with KOA and did all kinds of amazing things down there. So I've
Love
been
that
very
era.
impressed with your career as well, my friend.
Thank
and so, yeah, we came from a long place. Heck, we even had Keely Heath, who worked with us at KROE, went and worked in CNN. So
Yeah.
just amazing talent.
You bet. And so you got to Laramie. How long were you with KOWB KCGY before we got to the Wyoming Public Radio? When did that
4 years.
transition?
I got there, I think, in April of '84 and left in June of '88. I was in I was in the market for some jobs, and I had actually was talking to folks down in Denver at, do you remember the old station KHOW?
You bet.
Yeah, they were
Cash Cow. I ended up being their
really?
sales manager. Yeah, you betcha. With Peter Boyles and
so they were thinking about bringing me in. I was a finalist, and then something. What was the station? Oh, KIMN, KIMN, went black. And all of a sudden, there's a couple of really good journalists and that they were friends with, and suddenly my position there was a little bit in jeopardy. And the guy's talking to me, and he says, we may want to hire one of them. We know them. We're worried about them, and that kind of thing, which made sense. But he says, stay in touch. But then he asked me, do you have anything else going on? And I said, well, yeah, I just had a buddy at this public radio station leave and mentioned to me that they had an opening, and he thought I'd be great for it. And so he goes, yeah, wow, public radio jobs are great, and they're very stable. Like, you're probably not going to get fired from one of those. So I applied. They were happy I applied. I rushed. And then so you get like a $6,000 pay bump, and you don't have to move.
Yeah.
And so that was kind of a good deal. And I figured, well,
gee, and I thought it was all about you wanting to do public service and
I wasn't about that. And I figured, well, I'll do this for a couple of years, and then I'll move on. And that was 1988, and had some opportunities along the way, but they kept offering me more money to stay, and got me some bigger staff to stay. And so the next thing you know, I'm leaving there in 2022. So and I probably would have stayed another year or so if it wasn't for my new wife screwing everything up. But Laramie, the plan was not necessarily to retire when I left, but I was just kind of, I'd love a break. I'd love a few months off, and then I just figured I'd wander over to Syracuse University, because I taught at Wyoming for 20 years, and figured I'll either get a teaching gig or something like that. So I honestly didn't have a plan at all, and I just figured something would work out, and it did.
Yeah. Well, I
nice.
wanted to get
to gotta pay these taxes out here, John. Holy cow.
Yeah. Hey, that's so being honest with you, it was one of the attractions to Deb and I moving back home here. That happened 6 years ago in November of 2019. Finally, I was ready to get out of Denver. Bob Seeger. Get out of Denver a lot sooner than we ended up getting out of Denver. But Deb just, took a little nudge. I had to buy her a cabin and some horses, and she loves that. And in fact, we're headed up there. We get rid of you and finish the show today. We'll be up at about 7,800 feet above sea level, where it's nice and cool.
Excellent.
But so I can relate. I mean, it's long time. I mean, I'm 44 years. What for you? Probably about 47, 48 years in media, approaching 50.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. It was 81 was I think my first paying gig. I did a couple of free years in college
Yeah.
for a station. And I guess first time I was on the air was 80. And so my first paying gig was at a place called I love telling people this. It was at a place called WHPI, and their slogan was Whoopee Radio, making whoopee 24 hours a day.
Yes.
And when you answered the phone, it was a country station. When you answered the phone, they required you to say, you're in whoopee country.
Yeah.
And so I started as a DJ there, if you can imagine that. It was horrible, but I had a good time. I did the midnight to 5 a.m. shift on a Friday and kept me out of trouble. And then did some additional shifts and eventually got to do news and sports. And they did a ton of sports at that station. News was secondary for them. But it was great because it built up both of those skills for me, and certainly had my college experiences. Did some TV down there as well, and then then we're off to Wyoming and starting this whole new life.
You bet. Well, I want to talk about 34 years with WPR. I'm interested in hearing some of the stories, some of the news stories that you've covered in that time. I'm interested in hearing that. I'm sure some of our listeners are as well. Here's the reset, Bob. I still remember. It's Bob Beck, retired news director at Wyoming Public Radio for 34 years. And he's on with us this morning. We're going to talk about some of his memories of some of the news items that he's covered here in Wyoming in his very, very long career as a news director at Wyoming Public Radio. It's 6:21. You're listening to John Baggett, a.k.a. your buddy Bags. We'll be back here on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
Welcome back, Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's 6:25 on a Saturday with your buddy Bags. Talking to Bob Beck. He's the former news director at Wyoming Public Radio. 34 years doing that gig. Amazing. And you look good, buddy. I'm glad you're still rocking and rolling. Again, remind us what you're doing now in Syracuse, New York, or near there.
Yeah, I teach at Syracuse University from time to time. I'm the extra person they need on the faculty. Syracuse, for people who I'm sure don't know, is probably, if not the top two broadcast college programs in the country. People from Bob Costas to Ted Koppel to even Lou Reed, all graduated from there over the years, some famous names. And then there's plenty of famous people, Mike Tirico, that
Larry
you hear.
Zonka.
Yeah, Larry Zonka. Oh, there was this guy named Jim Brown that went there. But anyway, the broadcast program is exceptional. And then I was hired to, they called me up one day just out of the blue. They were talking to the NPR Eastern editor and said, boy, we could really use some help at this radio station here, where they have a lot of student interns. Like they have 25 interns at this place, and so they need somebody to corral them. And the person that was doing that left. And the news director was going crazy with these students, and she asked, do you know anybody who lives in this area who could possibly come in and help with this? And she says, I know one person is really good with young reporters, but I don't know if we can talk him into it or not. But I will call him and set up a meeting. She called me. I tried to ignore the phone call, but I went over there. And, I figured, well, it would give me something to do. And so I do about 15 hours a week with what's WAER radio is the name of the public radio station there. And I do, during the school year, I basically oversee some students on particular days, and we work on stories and that kind of thing. And I make fun of their writing. That nothing has changed with me. And then they have me as sort of a weekly host for All Things Considered on one night a week, but now it's going to actually be extended to 3 nights a week. And I'm a fill-in for Morning Edition and all that kind of thing. So you don't really do a whole heck of a lot, but it's enough to keep me interested and keep me from being bored. And it's about 16, 20 hours a week as a rule.
And that ain't bad.
In the newsroom. And it's perfect. I always get a 3-day weekend out of the deal, if not 4. And then so I can still do whatever I want to do. And that was sort of important to me when I left Wyoming. As you know, my first wife died of cancer.
I remember.
In 2017. And I was talking to the financial planners and all that, and I realized life was short. And so if I had an opportunity to leave early, I was probably going to take it. And boy, the pandemic did nothing but enhance that thought, and plus, you're sitting around a lot during the pandemic, but I realized it was fun to go out and ride the bike. It was fun to go do some things. And so I thought, shoot, if I could get into a situation where I would get a part-time job just to do something, but not have to worry about full-time work. And luckily, one of the nice things about working in public radio is you're affiliated with a university, and you can.
Right. I was going to mention that you taught at University of Wyoming as well in the communications department. Was it? Am I right? The communications. What was it exactly?
I think that's right. I think was the journalism department. They don't have the broadcast program anymore there, but so that's why I sort of stopped doing that. But I got a lot of really good interns that ended up working for me from there. Reese Monaco, who was with the Cowboy. What's their network that they call it? It's based out of Cheyenne, but he's been involved with them for a number of years. Did Wyoming football and basketball games. He was one of my interns, and
it used to be the Kurt Gowdy Sports Radio Network back in.
And then they switched it over to KFBC and
right.
Those guys. And I was just trying to think what they call their outfit, but at any rate, a number of people have come out of there and have done good things, and so. That's that's why I wanted to come out. When I came out here, I wanted to still work with young people, and it's fun. They remind me of when I was at Southern Illinois, and just real earnest. And although I'll tell you what, the tuition they're paying to get a broadcast job is a little extreme, but it's not my problem.
I have you can't see it. And those who are listening to our broadcast can't see it either, but I'm just reminding folks that if you are listening but not streaming, you can't see this picture. You can't see it if you come back to the archive after the show, get online, and all our shows, Bob, are archived here, so they can see this. I have up on the screen now. The reason I brought it up, first of all, you have hair in it. It's it goes back a ways. I don't know exactly when, but
that's been a while, John.
It's been So this is an older picture, but the reason I have it up there is because April Zesba is in it, and I love her. I worked with her for many years at KOA, an absolute pro, and it was a while into her tenure at the Blowtorch 850 KOA in Denver before I realized that she and I had Bob Beck as a connection. Do you remember working with April?
Oh, yeah, I had her right out of college when she graduated down in Greeley, and we just got this tape, and her dad's really famous in the broadcast world. Joe, I think is his name, and so my boss, my general manager, knew him, and he reached out to him and said, "Hey, my daughter's looking for a job. We got a tape." And okay, she sounds good. She had the most amazing voice. And so, and just was super talented at 22. And so we brought her up, and I think she was with me for about 3 years and did a great job. And then had an opportunity to go down to Denver and just never left. I think she was at another station before KOA, but, and then became this superstar. But we stayed in touch over the years. I'd see her at conferences at an RTDNA, which is the radio, now it's the Radio Television Digital News Directors Association, something like that. And so that's where the Burrows come from.
Yes.
And April and I would see each other at those events, and then we just kind of, in the world of Facebook, we're able to stay in touch and all that. And so she's out. Like, what did she retire at, like 49 or something? She was not very old.
No, she didn't look very old. I don't know how old she is. I wouldn't say if I did know, but
let's get her weight, her age, and all that, and share that with our audience.
Let's dox her, right? No, she looks great. She always did. That old adage that we fulfilled, which was a face for radio. She could have certainly been a news anchor, television news anchor, because she was we could put this delicately, she was a very nice looking woman.
She was on commercials and things like that all the time. I used to see her on Channel 9 and other places. So yeah.
But what a waste on radio, huh? Not just kidding.
She was excellent, and
she
just
was a pro. She was such a pro. When she came in, I was executive producer of that morning show for a while, and it was controversial because it was Gus Merkus and Steve Kelly on 850 KOA. And when they're bringing a female in from Wyoming, And, as far as they knew, that's it, or the rest of us do. So it was kind of when she came in, and within weeks, she had all of us going, "Oh, she's good." And she lasted, 25, 30 years there? A long time. I don't know how long.
Yeah, she was my first, it's funny. She was my first star that left us and went on to other places. And I ended up having about 20 of those people, if not more, that worked with us and then went on to these huge markets or the network at NPR. And we have a guy that worked with me for a couple of years, Peter O'Dowd, who's on the show Here and Now. He's the producer, but he also is a host on it. And so I get to hear him all the time. And we have, they've worked in Chicago, LA, Minneapolis, Boston, all over the country that came to our station. And we were the AAA affiliate for larger NPR stations, and just it was really remarkable. So one thing I was good at, I wasn't good at a lot of things, but one thing I was good at was having an eye for talent. And there are still people at the station that I hired, thinking of Caitlin Tan and Melody Edwards and Camila Kudelska, who are excellent people, Ivy Engel, and they're just continuing to, they don't miss me, they're just, other than I did a lot when I was there and they had to pick up those duties, but yeah, they're still humming along.
You inspired a lot of people, my friend. You did all those years, 34 years as a news director. I'm, really curious to hear, before we get to the next break, as I teased before the other one, I want to hear some of those. And then I want to talk about, maybe after the break, 37 years of covering the Wyoming State Legislature. So first, I want to hear some of that, and I can kind of imagine what maybe some of those favorite or most interesting news stories that you've covered. But where would you start with all these years covering the news in Wyoming?
Yeah, well, the big one, obviously, in Laramie was the Matthew Shepard murder.
Yes.
That was, if you're, and that sort of put me on the radar with the network too. So sort of after that, I was, anytime I had a story to pitch or we had a story to pitch as a station, it was a lot easier to get on because we did most of that coverage. And so that's one. And it certainly hasn't left me because every time there's a documentary, I'm on somebody's list to get in and talk. I was on something on Max a few years ago, a couple of years ago, to talk about that. So that was the one. And boy, that dominated my life for about a year and a half when that happened. Mm-hmm. And it was just absolutely crazy that happened in Laramie, and we had the media onslaught. And
you bet. I felt myself at that era defending Wyoming a little bit in those cases. Of course, we have our issues, and we have people here who are criminals, and we have our problems for sure. But I didn't like the way they were trying to define Wyoming folk based on.
Yeah, and that was a huge problem, and I just. I'm in somebody's book talking about that. It was appalling. And I'd never been around a situation, of course, where you had the national media all there just kind of dropping in. And there were some narratives that were out there that I don't want to really get into, but it's just that it was unfortunate that were said about the state. And I had some people that literally that year, I'd be at conferences or wherever, and they'd hear I was from Laramie, and they said, they might have even been gay or lesbian or something, and were concerned. They go, God, I'd almost never want to go there.
Yeah.
They said it happened once. It happened once with a couple of outliers, and so you would feel less safe in Laramie, Wyoming than you would in New York City or Boston, Massachusetts. That's insane.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Cincinnati,
that was
if we really wanted
something I'd have to battle from time to time. I'd say the Mark Hopkinson execution was something I was actually on live on KOA, and I got to announce on the air that he was dead. The strangest thing I ever did in my career.
You were on with April and Steve in the morning, wasn't it? Weren't you live?
I did that too, but there was somebody who was at midnight, like the midnight person and the late night overnight person. And I don't remember who it was, but he was, they had asked, hey, if you're going to be there, could you come on with us from time to time? And I said, I had nothing else to do. I'm just sitting around waiting for a guy to die, which was, when you think about it, it's very strange. Charles Brown from K2, back in the day, was sitting next to me, and we were just sort of taking in how weird this whole situation is. We were in a media center across the street from the prison, and they had a stenographer who was kind of typing up all the stuff that was going on, and they would give us information. Those are the kind of things I would discuss. I brought one of my part-timers with me, and she was just she was fast. So she was sprinting the things to the room I was using. But one of my memories of that situation, Beck, was there was a commercial station, I think they were from Evanston, because he was from that area, and they were doing live coverage to break-ins, but then they would always pause for a commercial. And Charlie Brown and I would just laugh, like, who are your sponsors for an execution?
Yeah.
Some pharmaceutical place or, a funeral home. I mean, it was just, that's the dark humor.
By the way, it was Rick Barber. Rick Barber was the overnight guy on KOA. He was brilliant. And every morning when I came in to produce the Colorado's Morning News on KOA, the first thing I did at 4:15 in the morning, the show started at 5 a.m. People wonder why, hey, you sure get up early, Bags. That's where it started. But the first thing I did was go in and sit down with Rick Barber. I'd come in and say, what happened? Because he wasn't just there. He wasn't just a body. He was on top of things. He knew what was going on. And I would start producing that show with, hey, Rick, what happened? And where should I start? And that was regular. But yeah, Rick Barber, I could see him because he was very news oriented. He made that overnight show legitimate. And so I got another break here. It's the last one. I'm going to reset here and remind folks who I'm talking with. This guy's pretty impressive. I consider him a friend, and I'm very proud of his success. News director at Wyoming Public Radio for 34 years. Bob Beck, co-creator, host, producer of a great news magazine called Open Spaces. And when I told people I was doing this interview with you this morning, I had multiple people mention Open Spaces. It won 11 National Public Media Journalist Association awards. Let's see, what is the 4 PMJA awards?
That's that organization, so it's the same. So I won 4 or 5, whatever it was, national awards from that organization as well as an individual reporter. So
I know what the Edward R. Murrow Awards are, and they're regional, but that's a big deal, my friend, whether you like it or not. And you covered the Wyoming legislature longer than any Wyoming broadcaster, right? So you didn't know you didn't know it was a competition, but it was. And
I'm second to Joanne Barron, and nobody's ever going to beat that.
Hang on. We're going to talk all about that after this break, buddy. This is Bob Beck with your buddy Bags. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Thanks for tuning in. Good morning.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state, There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Bob Beck is with me in the Zoom room. We're talking about his career here and his many, many years with Wyoming Public Radio. Bob, thanks for joining me this morning. And before we get too far into this, I wanted to get some feedback from you about your experience covering the Wyoming legislature. Before the break, you were mentioning that there may be some competition as far as the length of time covering it. That would be news to me, so I got some faulty research.
No, your research is right. I am the broadcaster who has done it the most, which is why I drink.
You're just saying somebody did it better? I doubt that, no.
Joanne Barron started in 1968, I think, with the Casper Star Tribune. I don't remember when she retired, but she did. She's got the record. She's the, Cal Ripken of covering the legislature. But I was happy to be in second place because that's not a record I ever had any desire to break. And she got me by a few years. But we worked together forever, and I used to just adore her. And she just went into the Wyoming Press Association Hall of Fame a couple of years ago. And boy, it was well deserved. Well deserved.
So tell me about that. I mean, I'm thinking about some of the people that you were around with, the great Malcolm Wallop and Al Simpson, Dick Cheney. There's just so many of those people. But first, what the Wyoming legislature, it's evolved in all kinds of ways over the years. But what was your impression with covering that all those years that you did?
It was a lot more fun in the late 80s and maybe throughout the 90s because they were a little more festive as a group. Of course, it was the bust. When I first started covering it, that was really the downturn in the economy. They were having bake sales and to try and come up with money. They balanced the budget one year because a rich person in Jackson died, and they got all the inheritance taxes. So this is where we were as a state, and there is this thing called taxes that you could raise to maybe balance the budget, but we're not about that. So I think the last sales tax increase was 92, and so I feel like I was like 12 when I covered that, but it was a crazy group, but it was more fun when I first started covering it because it was a little more bipartisan, because the way they did legislative districts, they didn't do it that way. They did it by county. Mm-hmm. And so like the top 5 people in a county could get elected. And so from Sheridan, I remember, you had the great Lynn Dickey, and you had this guy, Jim Perkins, Della Herbst, that were all Democrats that could get elected back then. And good luck ever getting a Democrat to get elected from Sheridan County ever again.
Wasn't Ed Hirschler the governor when? Yeah. And so we did have a Democratic governor
that's one thing Wyoming has done. They elected him, they elected Mike Sullivan after him, and then of course Dave Friedenthal, and they were all Democrats. I know there are Republicans in the state that think there's a Democrat in there now, but
another show. Yeah,
that's another program. But they've always had. That's something that Wyoming has had, but the Democrats in this state are not the Democrats that they have in, for instance, Chuck Schumer, that I deal with out here, who I've had an opportunity to cover. But it's a much different situation, and it was more fun when it was bipartisan and some votes were at risk. Now what you've got, and you've had this for about 20 years, is Republicans are eating the Republicans, and they're just fighting each other all the time. And you forget that there's, a dozen or so Democrats in the legislature, but they're just kind of there where you've got just this awful situation with the Republicans. I'm a better Republican than you are, kind of thing. That's been going on for many years.
Well, and I do know that, primarily I avoid politics. It's Saturday morning, and we do cover Cowboy State Daily. Now, are you probably do know Jimmy Orr?
Very well.
Yep. Jimmy is the founder and one of the founders, and our executive editor for Cowboy State Daily, and he's one of those guys that. So we did the goofball after I left Laramie, went to Cheyenne, and did a rock and roll radio show over there. And Jimmy Orr was just he was J-O in the morning. Yep. Goofball. Who would have thunk? So we have that time together, a couple of years, maybe 3. And then I go to Denver, and he went to Denver for a little while too. He was working rock and roll radio at a competitive station, KAZY. And then time passes, I'm watching the news, and Dick Cheney is at the microphone on national television, and behind him is J-O in the morning, Jimmy Orr. And I'm going, Deb, is that Jimmy? So, like I said, it was before social media, so, lost touch. And it turned out, man, he just went total legit. And I went total goofball rock and roll radio in Denver for a while. Then I ended up at KOA. But
I think I knew Jimmy's dad because he was the director of the Legislative Service Office, Jim Orr, and then of course his uncle turned out to be the Secretary of State, and I think the state treasurer, Joe Meyer, attorney general as well. And so, we had connections, and then he worked for Governor Geringer, and that's actually what started his political career. And he was his press secretary. And so we had a great relationship, and had stayed in touch from time to time. And I was aware he was with the Bush administration doing all kinds of things. And he was involved with, I think he was the dogs videographer or something like that. But yeah, we had knew him a long time and saw him actually last November. I snuck into Wyoming for a couple of days to do the governor's business forum and got a chance to catch up with him and Pete Williams, my old friend. And
Yeah,
so that
I
was
remember Pete, and the reason I brought up Jimmy and because of the politics, we cover everything with Cowboy State Daily. Very proud of what Jimmy has put together here. This a crack staff of reporters and columnists, very talented people. He's got, we're soon to start 7 days a week of a morning show, 6A to 10A. We're Monday through Friday, 6A to 10A, then Saturday, obviously, with Buddy Bags, and maybe tomorrow. We're working on some technical things to get Jeff Rickett on Sunday morning, 6 to 10. So he's,
yeah, with a student of mine at UW.
That's right. Hey, Jeff, if you're listening, what kind of student was Jeff?
What would you imagine?
Yeah. Well, all I know is he was working with me at the stations I managed here in Sheridan for about 4.5 years, and he was doing our morning show on the country station. I thought the best country station in the region. Don't know if I could prove that, but he was our morning show host, and he was incredibly good. He was Denver, big
Very
market
talented.
good. He was very talented, great voice, but he has an instinct. His morning show, he had a lot of interviews. He would get some of the best guests, and I was doing a midday show, so I'd go in and try to get contacts of all these great celebrities that he was interviewing on his show. So we're very pleased that he's going to be starting a Sunday morning show. But point that I was trying to make is during the week we cover politics top to bottom, especially Wyoming and regional politics with this great staff of reporters. So when Jimmy came to me and said, hey, Saturday mornings, Bags, I said, I've got loved ones, family, and friends on all ends of the spectrum. I'm really not all that interested in doing politics. Now, it wouldn't take anyone long to figure out which direction your buddy Bags leans. My good friends and family know that very well. But, this is about entertainment, sports, music, celebrities, newsmakers, and people like you, Bob. And one of the questions I did want to ask you is, because I find myself doing that sometimes with some of my Denver cohorts in crime over the years, is trying to explain Wyoming to them. So I'm curious, in Syracuse, New York, or Carbondale, or Chicago, 30 plus years in Wyoming, how do you describe us?
Yeah, it happens a lot. I'll have a phone number where you're getting a discount on something at some store, and they'll go, "Where the heck is 307?" And we'll get into a conversation. I will say the opinion about Wyoming here is there's very high opinion of it. There's a lot of hunters where I live and outdoors people who have spent some time going through Wyoming and just say, what the heck are you doing here? Why would you leave there? And I said, well, I don't mind civilization. I don't mind living in a town where I can buy a pair of pants, which I didn't in Laramie, Wyoming.
I like to visit civilization anymore. But
yeah, but it's okay because I don't live in it. I'm just 20 minutes away. And so it's sort of a perfect setup. And I've got a state park, John, that's 10 minutes down the street, 5 minutes down the street. And so I'm up there mountain bike riding, doing all the stuff I did in Laramie. So that's, I cracked my head open almost again last year. So we're still doing the same stuff. And there are more golf courses in this area, which I need to pick up again than you can imagine. And nobody waters because it just constantly rains for about 6 months out of the year. But I like it here, but everybody seems to be, I regale my newsroom with wild tales about the legislature or things they used to do. And I just kind of laugh because, boy, New York politics couldn't be more different than Wyoming politics. I had a student that was going out to cover one of those gun buyback programs. And he asked me some advice. I said, I don't know. I've never covered a gun buyback program. We don't give our guns back.
Well, I got to let you know. First of all, we're getting ready to cut out of here. We're almost finished. I was going to give you a chance to give a shout out to anybody you wanted to. here of the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network while we've got you
Yeah,
on here?
just say hi to Sheridan County, which gave me my start. I still got some friends up that way, and all my friends in Laramie and throughout the state. Got to know so many great people, John, when I was in Wyoming, and I think of it often. I look on Facebook and see everything. And so just hi to everybody, and thank you for your courtesy over the years.
Well, God bless you, buddy. I'm glad you're doing well. It's good to see your face here in the Zoom room and hear your voice, that voice so familiar to me and to many, many other people here in Wyoming. All right. Well, Bob Beck, you live well and be healthy, my friend.
You too, my friend.
All right. We're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. We'll be back. We'll switch gears. We're talking about music when we come back on Cowboy State Daily. Thank you.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Sublette County authorities are calling a grand jury to decide whether to indict Cody Roberts, a Daniel man who ran over a wolf with a snowmobile, brought it muzzled into a bar, and then shot it in February 2024. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Roberts paid $250 last March toward a citation for violating Wyoming game and fish regulations against possessing wildlife, but he could still be charged under a different law if a grand jury sees fit.
That case was just kind of a PR disaster for Wyoming, not to mention our laws. It shone a spotlight on our laws, and the whole world wanted to stereotype Wyoming over this, it seemed like at the time. But Roberts, meanwhile, paid $250 toward a game and fish citation for possessing wildlife. And so a lot of the outrage was, well, why isn't he facing something more serious? Well, with this grand jury convening, so A, they can look and see if a more serious charge applies to him under the evidence, and B, they can subpoena witnesses, and as long as there's not like a Fifth Amendment incrimination or spousal privilege situation, they can basically make them talk.
The incident with the wolf exploded into international headlines, sparking outrage across the country from sportsmen and animal rights activists, and put both the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and Wyoming's wildlife management laws under scrutiny. Brian Nesbitt of Wyoming was on the verge of Senate confirmation Thursday to lead the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, with Republicans working long hours to counter blanket stalling by Democrats of President Donald Trump's nominees. The Senate Environment and Public Works Committee approved Nesbitt's nomination on a 10-9 party line vote nearly 4 months ago. But Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that only this week did Senate Republican leader John Thune of South Dakota finally get around to initiating floor action on Nesbitt.
The Republicans have been hit with extreme stalling tactics by the Democrats, who are really unhappy with the hyper-partisan activities by the Republican Party pushing legislation on strictly partisan votes. They're stalling everything. It's not about Brian Nesbitt. It's about everybody. They're dragging it out as long as possible, because the longer that you drag it out, the more you slow down the agenda overall.
But with Nesbitt poised to become the new head of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that his open support for delisting grizzly bears has been the deciding factor in whether people supported or opposed his confirmation.
A lot of folks' opinions, one way or another, seem to hinge on Nesbitt's open support of delisting grizzly bears. Some people think, hey, that's great, it's way overdue. He goes from Wyoming and goes to Washington and gets done what we needed done. But then other folks are saying, no, we really do not need grizzlies delisted. They still need the protection. They're still facing growing threat from human encroachment on their range and other such things.
It's expected that if Nesbitt takes the helm at FWS, the odds of grizzlies being delisted will greatly increase. If they are delisted, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department plans to open limited grizzly hunting seasons in Wyoming. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
There are few things more unsightly than a baseball cap sitting on one of the gorgeous and delicate bacterial mats that surrounds thermal features in Yellowstone National Park. However, the best thing a park visitor can do is leave them be. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that one visitor seemed to be taking matters into his own hands Monday, going off the designated boardwalks to go after those hats.
The bacterial mats in Yellowstone National Park are living things. They're communities of thermophiles, which are microbes that have adapted to survive in the intense climates. They are durable to an extent because, bison walk across them, wolves walk across them, bears walk across them. And if one or two people were to walk across them, probably wouldn't do that much damage, if any. But when you've got hundreds of people who could potentially see one person out there and decide they can walk out there, that's why it's a problem.
While this tourist may have been well-intentioned, stepping onto any of Yellowstone's bacterial mats is considered thermal trespass and is punishable with anything from fines to a temporary ban from the park. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
And welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's your buddy Bags. We're right now we're going to Denver, Colorado, or in that area, Fort Collins, Colorado. I'm welcoming Mr. James Reed. Welcome, James. Thanks for joining me this morning, getting up early with your Uncle John.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Uncle John. It's been a little while. Great seeing you over the phone.
Yeah, you look great. You sound great. And you've got that psychedelic poster behind you, adding a little effect to it here.
Oh, yeah. Little dream here. Dreamy.
It looks good, buddy. All right. Well, so let me do a quick weather here in Wyoming, my friend. The place that's paradise just north of where you are. Right. So we've got chance of afternoon rain, increasing clouds over most of the state in the afternoon with some showers possible. Highs in the upper 70s in the high country, near 90 here in the lower elevations. Lows tonight, the upper 30s, high elevations, upper 50s for the rest of us. Quick glance around the state, central part of the state. Glen Rock with a slight chance of rain after 3 o'clock this afternoon. High of 88. Green River, a chance of rain after 3. Sounds like that's the theme here because I'm going to the Bighorn Basin area. Lovell, also a chance of rain after 3. Buffalo, just up the street from us here in Sheridan, about 35 miles east of us, or southeast of us. Slight chance of rain with some afternoon showers possible. And Gillette, sunny today, a high near 56. And I always end up in Baggs, Wyoming, by the way. It's a tradition for some reason because it's your buddy Baggs on Cowboy State Daily Radio. 7:07, and I wanted to have some fun. I wanted to do something a little bit on entertainment and music, so I invited somebody that I know has significant talent as a musician, plays the guitar very well, a singer, songwriter, and he's just, I've always been impressed with your level of talent, James. Good to see you this morning. Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Yeah, I've always enjoyed playing music around all the family reunion gatherings and all the campfires that we had growing up. So it's a pleasure being on here today.
Well, and one of the things I wanted to talk about is your where you got that passion for music. That's something since as long as I can remember you singing and playing your guitar. But where does that passion come from?
Yeah, that was kind of funny. I was always like a little kid. They'd whip at it, and show them the songs in front of the family. But I don't know. I got a lot of it from my parents. My dad played guitar always when I was a young kid, so we always had about 5 guitars hanging up on the wall to pick from, which was kind of funny. Yeah. But he's a big classic rock fan, But my parents are huge influences on me. My family, everybody in the family was always super into music. If they didn't play music, they were lovers of music, and so
Well,
I think it's just
that's a fact. Your brothers all are music fans. Some of them are also involved in the music world. So, but James, your father and I had the classic rock, the Zeppelin and the Beatles, Doors. I think your dad was more of a Grateful Dead fan than I was, but we had a lot of those bands in common. So hopefully I'm going to get you to play a little bit of your music. Tell folks, first of all, where you are, what you're doing, and maybe who's in your life, if there's somebody in your life these days.
Yeah, so I'm in Fort Collins, Colorado. I bounced around a little bit, like right during COVID, but I moved back from Boston after studying music out there for a bit. So now I'm back in Colorado, Fort Collins, and I've been playing around music here for a little while. I met my girlfriend of 3 years now here, and so it's been kind of a good decision to come back home.
Yeah,
but no, she's great. We've been together for a little while. She supports all the music stuff too. It recently came out to a gig down in Lafayette, outside of Denver. So I was playing at this little brewery out there, and that seems to be the kind of the common trend of where you'll find a lot of places to play, kind of like breweries and so kind of like random restaurants and things, kind of pop out on the patio and places like that too. But the Fort Collins is great. I love the it's been wonderful just like being out here, and the music scene out here is pretty nice. Everybody loves getting outside, cracking a beer and listening to live music, whether it's like an old Dead Head Jam band, an old AC/DC classic rock situation, or even just some random open mic songwriting, singer-songwriter stuff that I tend to do.
So you were involved with music in school. You went to school at Rocky Mountain, if I recall. You went to high school in Fort Collins. And I know you were involved there. I remember seeing you with a wonderful performance at your high school graduation. I know it's been a little while, but I remember just kind of being in awe of that with such a huge audience and being so, poised and performing that well. But is that where, at some point you had a band, and so, we're going back a ways. I'm trying to get the genesis of this music career of yours. And so probably a lot of it did happen in high school.
Yeah, a lot of it was early on. I started writing music right about 13, 14. And then kind of like a couple of years into that, I put together a couple of different projects and bands. By the time I was graduating high school, about that time, I had a little trio. It was kind of a classic rock, alternative rock trio kind of thing going on. And we'd write our own music. But yeah, it was just like three of us. I was playing guitar and singing. I had a buddy that was playing bass, doing background vocals, and I had another buddy doing background vocals and drums. And it was just the three of us jumping around a bunch. We called ourselves the Nooks, and we jumped around. We went up to Laramie. I remember we did like a little bit of some like radio shows up there, did some performances up there in Wyoming, which is really cool. But yeah, and then once I moved out to Boston for school, I put together another little trio project. And when we were out there, we were playing a bunch of gigs in Boston, outside of Cambridge.
Let's talk about that move to Boston. And now you're out of high school. You head to college, Berklee College of Music. That's a big deal. That's an incredible school and such a focus on music like that. So you're leaving Fort Collins, Colorado, and you head to Berklee College of Music, not the West Coast Berklee, but the Boston Berklee, which is the College of Music. What was that experience like?
It was it's incredible. Honestly, it's been 5 years since I've been there, and I'm still processing a lot of kind of what went down during that time of my life. But it was amazing. It was a great time, a good experience to go from Fort Collins, Colorado, to Laramie, Wyoming, and then into Boston, Massachusetts. So it was a huge culture shock. I think like being in the city kind of really helped me grow as like a man, and also like just mature. That was kind of a big thing. When you're kind of fighting out there in the city, it was great. But
being around all that talent too, just stacks and stacks, loads and loads of talent, has got to be inspiring too.
It was insane. Like you'd sit in the classroom, but a lot of what was really impressive is you'd walk down this practice hall, and there'd be 10 practice rooms to the left and 10 to the right, and each room would be filled with a different instrument of somebody in there playing. So you'd have like a clarinet going through some crazy scales. You'd have like the best saxophone player you ever heard in your life. You had the best drummer. You'd just be walking down a hallway and you're like, wow, that's the best steel pan player I've ever heard in my life, and it was intimidating, but it was also like very inspiring to like, up my craft. And I think, like just seeing people put in the work, from all over the world too, it was 40% international students. So like I had friends from India, London, from South Korea, from all over the world. And I think like being able to see how music affects everybody on the planet more than even just like where I came from, that was a huge impact, and see how important it is to people, and I think it was wonderful. Also just like the rigor of the curriculum being it was a lot, we're taking 10 classes at a time. It was on an Ivy League pace. We were right across the river from Harvard, from MIT. So you get a lot of these like huge Ivy League influences and like kind of bleeding through the city. And so that was big and prevalent through the Berkeley experience as well.
I'm gonna get you to point your camera up a little bit. I'm cutting off
I
part of your, there you go, a little bit more.
Losing the hairline a little bit.
Well, hey, get in line, pal. Anyway, but you look great, I think, and you sound great. You've got that voice. When I first started hearing you after your voice change, it's very, very smooth. Being a radio for 44 years now, I'm kind of a voice snob. I hear it and, oh, that's a good voice. Hey, but how would you describe your style of music? I have kind of my impression. I'm certainly not trained musician or vocalist or anything like that, but I know good when I hear it. And I've always felt that you had this very smooth type of delivery. So, and that comes with and transitions into your music. How would you describe the music that you make?
It's definitely evolved over the years. I think more of what I'm putting together recently has been going back to kind of the basics of what I grew up learning. So recently I've been a big fan of like Tom Petty, his like Flowers acoustic album. So I'm kind of trying to emulate a lot of like a more folksy singer-songwriter kind of style, influenced by rock, influenced by like funk rock, Red Hot Chili Peppers. Big fan of that kind of style. I like John Mayer a lot, between his like pop solo career and then also his, what he's been doing with the Grateful Dead as well. But very, very influenced by a lot of the folksy stuff. I remember listening to the Eagles growing up, so I like a lot of the catchy melodies. I like a lot of the harmonies.
Well, let's give a little sample if you can. I saw that guitar back there.
Yeah.
That's just not, just for decoration.
Yeah, of course.
But, again, I'm just mesmerized by the psychedelic poster behind you. I can barely keep my head on straight. I'm just kidding, dude. All right. So as I was saying, you have a style all your own. And if somebody's out there listening and you want somebody doing a gig that can entertain and bring his stuff and maybe some covers here and there, but maybe something, let's go back a little ways. You mentioned you started writing music when you were, 13, 14 years old? Is there something back there that you could still remember, number one, and number two, that you would be willing to share with us this morning? I know it's, we're not in a studio, ladies and gentlemen, or James is not. And so, we're not after perfect sound quality here this morning, James, but just maybe half, a quarter of a song that you could show us helps describe your style of music, the James Reed style.
Yeah, love to. I'll show you this one I've kind of been putting together. A lot of the old stuff. It's funny. I've written probably 40, 50 songs that I've liked, but
wow,
the ones that really have held together really like the last probably couple of years. When I've kind of found myself, and so this one kind of emulates that. This one, I'll play a little bit of this song. It's called "Them Glitters Ain't Gold."
Then glitters in gold.
Sorry, it's called "Them Glitters Ain't Gold."
I got it. Thank you.
Yeah. When glitters ain't gold, do you raise the powerful? Better to shoot the moon and lose out than to let your cut show. When glitters ain't gold, do you walk that line alone? Or reach a fork along the road, better carve out your own. When glitters ain't gold, when glitters ain't gold.
We're getting a good sampling of your voice, James. We're getting a good. Hey, James, we're getting a good sampling of your voice, but we can barely hear the guitar, which makes sense. I mean, we're playing through a computer, but that was the point that I was making. That voice. I don't know if we can move the guitar closer to the mic, if that's even physically possible.
Let's try something real quick.
Again, as I explained, we're just kind of winging it here, ad-libbing.
Oh yeah,
that's kind of the gist of my show. By the way, it's one ad-lib after another.
Yeah, you're rocking on the fly.
I think you'd be proud of me. We had your brother Nicholas up here visiting, and he just discovered the fact that. Uncle John's still doing radio, but this time it's digital streaming and broadcast, and I've had to adjust to some significant technology changes. And the biggest deal has been ain't no producer anymore. There certainly isn't a technical producer. It's all me all the time, whether things go right or if they go wrong. So it's a lot of fun, but it doesn't, some of the technical aspects like this. Let's give it another shot here.
And can you hear me just fine?
See how it sounds.
Yeah, I think we're rocking now.
Right on. James Reed, ladies and gentlemen, on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Better.
Some grow young, some grow cold, some bed big and some will fold, and I suppose them glitters and gold.
I love it.
Them glitters and gold. Oh, you right or days are gone. Rain on borrowed time now. Wish seconds it's wrong. Them glitters and gold. Circling back to square one. 15 minutes fame cut short. Did you go out and jump the gun? Them glitters ain't gold. Or as a blind yellow egg. Some grow young, some grow cold. Some bet big and some will fall. And I suppose them glitters ain't gold.
See, it's almost a cappella, which is it just goes to prove what a great voice you have, James. Trust me, ladies and gentlemen, he is an incredibly talented guitar player as well. But you can hear that smooth delivery that you have. It's always been kind of your style with the music you've shared with me over the years. And so what, something I'm always curious in. Well, why don't we do a break here first? I have a couple of commercial breaks, James. We'll do one right here. And when we come back, I want to hear what you're working on. Maybe if there's some new songs, something out there that you're focused on, we'll get into that. We'll come back. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, a.k.a. your buddy Bag. Stay tuned.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Hey, with your buddy Bags at 7:26. It's 59 degrees in Sheridan, Wyoming. Sunny skies. We're in the Zoom room to Fort Collins, Colorado. This is my nephew, James Reed. My wife's sister's son, who's a twin. His brother, Nicholas. A couple of characters, let me tell you. A couple of talented guys, too. One of the things I'm going to bring up here for those who can see, because a lot of folks are listening to us this morning and not able to see it. And I just remind those people who can't see the stream that you go back to the archive. After the show, we archive all our shows, and you can catch it and see it on your computer. But I did want to share this photo I have of you and my son, my younger son, Alexander, who's in Europe, who lives in the Netherlands. But I love this picture because we're on a cruise together, and you two are entertaining the crew. I mean, the all the passengers. So what happened was they had entertainers in a different part of the ship, and as I remember it, you two broke out your guitars and started singing. And next thing we know, we had a crowd, and I think our crowd was bigger than the crowd that the ship's entertainment was providing, if I remember correctly. James, do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember we had a bunch of people showing up every night after that too. Where's the music? Which was kind of funny.
Well, I always describe your side of our family as the traveling minstrel Reeds, because everywhere we went, all the family reunions, your brothers, your Uncle Doug, Alex, my son, and whoever else was there, because we had people that could play the fiddle and the banjo at times, and it always was extremely and very entertaining, and I loved it. And so, hey, one of the things I'm curious about, James, always when I have talented people on, musicians and songwriters, where that comes from. First I'm curious, is it the lyrics first? Is it the music bed first? What comes first? And then, where, how do the storylines, the focus of the song, where do those inspirations come from?
Yeah, well, I think usually for me, at least in my experience writing, it's always going to be melody first. So usually it's always some kind of tune. I'll come up with some chords on the guitar that I like, and then when I'm trying to write a song, usually I'll focus on the melody. And I usually will take the song through with like a random vocal vowel take, a lot of nonsense, so it would just be a lot of weird like ooh-ahs and e's. You almost sound like Eddie Vedder from Pearl Jam, but
who is singing lyrics? You just can't tell.
Yeah, there's some lyrics in there, but you start off kind of like with these little vowel noises, and then eventually you'll have a sentence that slips out, or you'll have some kind of lyric or some kind of theme that like all of a sudden it's like putting a puzzle together, so you'll find a theme and then you kind of start crafting all the lyrics around that theme, and if it all kind of like makes sense back to this central idea. Or as they called it in a lot of my lyric writing classes, it was called you call it the North Star. And so you always want each lyric in line to kind of come back to the North Star, whether it's the title, whether it's kind of the theme of the track. So a lot of it, it's like putting a puzzle together. But initially it's all just kind of melody and emotional feel.
Right.
So it's a blend of the two.
Are there others that do it the other way, where they have a poem almost? I mean, obviously some lyrics are poetry. So they start with that, and then they figure out a way to put it to music. That's probably just another way of doing it.
Yeah, I think a lot of times what they would teach you too is just like how to like get out of writer's block, because when you do it one way for so long, it's kind of hard to like you have to challenge yourself. So I know like Pink Floyd, "Wish You Were Here," that was written on a poem that they just kind of whipped out. Same with like "Under the Bridge"
I didn't know that. I did
Red Hot Chili Peppers. Yeah, but it was just this poem, and they put music behind it. So it's like. So it's definitely can go either way. I find that a little more difficult because, you have to you have the theme and the centralized idea written in the poetry. So you have to kind of like piece together an emotion around it, which can be a little tougher because a lot of times when you're just playing chords and progressions, they kind of evoke natural feelings. So when you're trying to like craft it around some lyrics, you have to really almost work a little harder. But I think it's challenging, it's rewarding, it's fun. So I think that's like part of it too. And then I know people that just write, they just write melody lines. They just write lyrics, and oftentimes musicians like in Nashville and things like that, they'll come together. They'll have a lyric guy, they'll have a melody guy, they'll have 4 different guys to write one song. So it's super interesting.
It is. And as I've gotten older, I'm paying, excuse me, I do have a cough button over here. Anyway, as I've gotten older, I pay more attention now to the lyrics. I'm an old headbanger, as you probably recall, and right now I'm totally into outlaw country. In fact, going way back. I mean, I'm talking Merle Haggard, and obviously Waylon, my dog, was just in here. Waylon Jennings Baggett. Super into kind of the outlaw country. Big Cody Jinks fan. Sturgill Simpson. So on and so forth. But my background is definitely heavy metal, and I was all about riffs, just hit it, bang it. I was good to go. AC/DC, of course, Led Zeppelin, going back any further. But we have pay homage to the late great Ozzy Osbourne. That was a big shocker, and because he was on tour, he was touring, so I thought, hey, great, Ozzy must be doing well. So R.I.P. Anyway, he fits in there with where I came from, and in those days I didn't really care how great the lyrics were. If you had the riff, give it to me loud and raucous. But now I pay attention to the words, and I've gone back to listen to some of the country songs. Like when you get into some of the Merle Haggard, George Jones, and the songwriting is beautiful and amazing, and the storytelling. And I would suppose with you and your music, that's sometimes the goal, is to tell a story.
Yeah, I would say so too. I think that's something I like about a lot of the old school country artists too, is they really know how to like capture they could write a song that's not even about them. It could be about this like character, or it's like in third person, or it's like this humorous take on this like situation. So I think like that's something I've been starting to kind of challenge myself with now that I've gotten older. I think like when I was in high school writing music, it's a lot of just like heartbreak, emotion, feels, that kind of stuff. And then as now I'm getting close to my 30s, and I'm kind of starting to think more about like life stuff and being out in the country, and having a nice breeze, and just a lot of like more like simple, happier thoughts. I think like that's the hardest challenge, is kind of getting away from like emotional things and really just trying to like write a story with a character. I think like Bob Dylan, some of the stories he tells. I think a lot of like even Tom Petty, how he puts together a lot of these lyrics, and you can write characters into a song. And, I think it's like people gravitate towards stories, a lot of times. I think that's something I'm more interested in doing. I think a lot of those old school outlaw country guys are a prime example.
Kind of bringing that back, Cody Johnson, and there's lots of them. They won't come to mind really, but the genesis for me with country really was Waylon Jennings. And I don't know if I told you this, but I got to go to his gravesite in Arizona, in Mesa. He's buried in Mesa. And it was I had brought up the fact when my cousin on Deb's side of the family knew that I was into country music. And he said, somebody famous, and they were, I think it's Prescott, Arizona is where they were living. We were staying with them. And he said, somebody famous is buried around here somewhere. I don't know, so I started naming off country guys. Is it George Jones? Is it? And finally I got to Waylon Jennings, who is my favorite, period. I mean, I'm crossing all genres. I could bring Waylon Jennings Baggett, the yellow lab, in here to prove it. But he is, just amazing, because I skipped that era, the 70s. I was not into country music in the 70s and 80s when Waylon was kicking butt. But anyway, so I said, Waylon, yeah, that's it. I said, you got to be kidding me. So we hopped in the truck and bolted over to Mesa, Arizona. And I wish I could have popped that up on the screen here. So we go to this gravesite, and the reason he's buried in Mesa, which I didn't realize there was a connection, is that's where Jessie, his wife, was from. And so she, very, nondescript, very average looking grave site. And we coming up, and I see just tons of flowers, people at memorial, and putting little trinkets and coins and stuff all around it in a cemetery that, there was no big giant, gold record, up above that I think he should have had. And I walk up to it, and you're walking past grave sites, and this Hispanic gentleman who was the maintenance or the landscaper or whatever he was, comes pulling up on a golf cart. And I thought, I better get out of here. He's gonna. And so I turned around to start walking away. And instead of him, chastising me for walking through a cemetery with no business there, he says, do you want me to take your picture? In a thick Hispanic accent. And I said, would you please? So I have that picture. I'll send it to you after the show. He takes the picture of me kneeling there you can see the gravestone of Waylon Jennings. And he says, I said, hey, thanks, I appreciate it. He goes, when I come to this country, you could tell he was an immigrant, I did not know who Waylon Jennings was. And I started working here. And every single day, people come to this gravesite. So with in his very thick Hispanic accent, he says, so I figured I better figure out who this guy is. And so he goes, now I am a big Waylon Jennings fan, and anybody that comes in here, I talk to them about his music. So that's my Waylon Jennings song. So I got to do a pilgrimage to his gravesite. It really is the first country artist, and it was Steve Budd. If you're listening, he said Wheatland, Wyoming, that turned me on to Waylon Jennings. I think I turned him on to AC/DC, so it was even. But anyway, so I got off on a tangent there. Sorry, but it just goes to show that what we do have in common, you and I, is this passion for music. And so we talked about maybe some of what I like in music. I want to hear more about what you like. You mentioned Tom Petty. We're agreeing on that for sure. That definitely goes into my generation of music. So who else? And you know what? I'm counting on you, James, and your brothers to keep me hip. I'm getting old as dirt, and I don't want to lose touch with what's good out there. You hear me? So you got to call me. Imagine that. Text me. Somehow communicate with me with what's good. So what is good, and what are you listening to now that's out there that I should be listening to, and maybe some of our listeners?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the era with streaming, especially, there's kind of opened the floodgates of like a lot of different possibility what you can hear out nowadays. So I think I find myself kind of losing touch with a lot of the young kids onto as well. So it's kind of funny, but at least what I'm listening to recently more. I don't know. Yeah, it's I've jumped around quite a bit. I listen to a lot of single songs that come out, and I'm not the best with title tracks, but I would say for the audience out there, I would say big fan. I like this guy called Camp. That's CAAMP, but he's cool. He does a lot of folk.
Say that again.
It's called Camp. It's CAAMP.
MP. Okay, what kind of music is that?
And basically, it's imagine you're sitting on a fire. You got some s'mores going, and the breeze is blowing. It's very much outside, folky kind of music. It's a little more up. The lyrics kind of speak to kind of what you're talking about. They tell stories, a lot of character-driven stuff. There's this other guy as well that I like. He's called Gregory Allen. Gregory Allen, Eeks, because man, he's got this weird last name, something with an I. It's Eekskovoff, but he's wonderful. Me and the girlfriend are actually getting ready to go see him up at Red Rocks in about a month. So, but he does a similar vibe. It's very folksy. It's very lyric driven. He has a song called Stable Car, and it's takes you back to the 1800s, but it's
awesome.
Written behind an acoustic guitar beat.
I'm writing some of these down, by the way. You can help me out by texting me too, to keep me and the audience in touch with what's good out there. I've got a couple that I'd love to share with you. I mean, I'm big into, and you probably, because of the kind of songwriter, musician, entertainer you are, is the Red Clay Strays. Do you know who that is?
I don't think I'm familiar.
Oh, awesome. I am turning you on to something good. It's sort of country. It's an avenue of country, but Red Clay Strays. My buddy John Borcherding turned me on to them a while back. So, yeah, definitely check it out. Trust me on that. He can croon and he can just love songs, but he can also jam, and he boogie whoops some of it, and then sometimes it sounds very country and sometimes very bluesy. The other one is, and I just found these guys. They do they do the country songs in heavy metal. So it's the best of both worlds for me. The group is called just Cody Parks and the Dirty South. Cody Parks and the Dirty South. I think there's 80 guys named Cody in the country music genre, but trust me on that. If you can think of a good country song, they put a heavy metal guitar to it. So you hear that, ladies and gentlemen, Cody Parks and the Dirty South is the name of the band. And if you're like me and you like country music and you like rock and roll, you're going to like that stuff too. So, all right, when we get back, we're going to talk more about the music you like, we like, and I want to talk about what you're doing and maybe some gigs coming up or you'd like to do. We'll put out the word. So we're talking to James Reed. He's in Fort Collins, Colorado. Your buddy Bags, he's in Sheridan, Wyoming. We'll be back on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Stay tuned.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
You talk to... In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio, 747 on a Saturday with John Baggett, your buddy Bags, a.k.a. Uncle John. Oh, I tell you, someday you'll slip and say, hey, Bags. It'll be kind of weird, but I'm used to that. You know who doesn't ever call me, unless she wants to get my attention? Your Aunt Deb. She'll say, John, Bags! I'll pay attention. Yeah. Attention deficit syndrome. That's me, right? Easy enough. Okay, so we're talking to James Reed. He is a musician, singer, songwriter, extremely talented. We're going to try again to try to catch you singing again. Even if we can't hear the guitar, they get to hear your voice, which I have said before, and not here on the radio because I'm kissing up and blowing smoke up your butt, that you have a beautiful voice, and you should be gigging as much as possible and sharing that talent that you have. And if there's somebody out there listening with a venue, I've got a guy here, and you can text me here at the studio if you want me to get in touch with you. It's 307-278-9598, 307 278-9598. That's to the Cowboy State Daily Saturday morning show with your buddy Bags. And I can put you in touch with James, who will entertain with you've written 80-some songs. I mean, it doesn't leave much time for anything else, does it? What's your girlfriend's name? I forgot.
Girlfriend, her name is Sarah.
Shout out to Sarah. Yeah. Sarah, does he have time for anything else? Writing 80 songs? Anyway, she probably recognizes that talent too. So you played for us earlier. You played the song, one of your newer songs called "Them Glitters Ain't Gold," and but there's a couple other ones here. Maybe if we could try again to see if we can catch some of the guitar work.
Yeah.
Only Tomorrow Knows. And is that something that we could hear a little piece of from you?
Yeah, I'll try and capture it as best I can on the old Zoom call.
Yeah, hey, I get it. Don't fret over that. But it's just proof positive that there's some talent right here. James Reed, ladies and gentlemen.
Here's this one's Only Tomorrow Knows.
Yeah, I can't hear the guitar at all. I don't know why that is.
Yeah, it might be a little rough. See how it goes here.
Yeah.
Taking it slow, I've had my run with fate, I know. I lose myself more, bro. Holding on to daylight. Memories may cloud my night. If I'm over you, I'm falling out of my. Baby, don't leave me hanging on your line. Only tomorrow knows.
Well, again, a beautiful voice, and we can see you strumming it, and occasionally we hear some notes. It's just the way a computer-generated Zoom call works. We'll have to get you set up with a studio. I'll tell you what, right here, let me go to the on-air.
Yeah.
Oh, get rid of that picture. You and your cousin Alexander playing the guitar together. What a blessing that day was. All right. I don't know if you can see this, but our audience can. I've got a chair right here with an extra microphone. So when you come up, remember, I-25 to the Montana border, hang a left, and you're here. And I'm going to set you down right in that chair with your guitar. I had Tris Munsick of Tris Munsick and the Innocents here in that chair, and he played, and it sounded great. I mean, it really did. I mean, this isn't the fanciest sound studio in the world, but it came out pretty good. So here, I'm officially inviting you to come up and see your Uncle John and Aunt Deb and Waylon, and hang out with us. And what I'll do is make you my bumper music.
Yeah, put together
you know
a little.
What I mean, in and out of playing tunes that are allowed to play. We have restrictions, copyright things that keep us from playing whatever we want. But I do play bumper music, and with you here playing it, it means I have permission.
Yeah,
so I'll make you part of the show, James.
Yeah,
so
I think we probably
can you figure out how to get up here?
Yeah, I think it would be too hard. Yeah, I think we definitely put a little set together. But
there we go. Lost your volume there for a second.
Oh yeah, here, let me see. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we're good.
I gotcha. Yeah. So yeah, I'd love to come on up. We'd have to, I think, put in a mic too. It definitely could. We'll get a good little sound going for us. So.
All right, let's get back to talking about music. So, you're writing songs and so on. Are there places in Fort Collins that encourages, local talent and so forth to entertain? Are there opportunities there?
I think there are. What I've started realizing too is, a lot of people enjoy a lot of the cover songs. So I know recently I've been putting together a big cover set. So I'm kind of early on in the phases there, but I think you can definitely find it out here. Between there's a place called Paddler's Pub, really cool spot. They got a little bar over there, and basically you can paddle in from the from the river. And at the very end of the experience, there's a little stage there. So you pull up off the river and you can just get a beer and listen to some live music. They got a couple breweries around town. There's a place called Avogadro's Number. That's down in Fort Collins in Old Town, and they'll do a bunch of open mics. They do like bluegrass jam nights on Tuesdays. I used to live like right there, so I'd always just like pop my head in and listen in to like kind of the jam that's going on. But yeah, that's kind of big out there. Big one that I went to was these open mics over at the Atrium in Fort Collins. And that's where I met a lot of more like young songwriters, kind of beyond the cover sets that you'll hear at most places, which I enjoy personally. But it's nice when you can hear kind of like a fresh set of like music that you haven't heard before. So that was a big one, was the Atrium, Magic Rat open mics, and there's a wide variety of just like small venues.
This is a long time ago, so they've been around a long time. I do remember going to see a lot of live music at Washington's.
Yes.
There in Fort Collins. They were somewhat, at that time, we're talking 80s and 90s, dude, the last century. So are they still at it?
Yeah, I think they recently just redid their entire front. So it's like, I think they spent like a couple years on it, but so it's brand new. It's like, I think they redid it. There's like a 2-story bar, which is insane. But yeah, it's really fun. I just saw a show there about a year ago, but that's where you'll see a lot of the big acts that come through. You'll see them at Washington's. You'll see them at Aggie Theater as well, and they've really done that up a lot too. So they put a lot of work into the infrastructure on the inside, and it reflects with the stage experience, and it's wonderful for sure. So those two, and also New Belgium, they do a bunch of like live music out on their outside patio. And I remember I played a little outside gig there about a year ago. And that was for this like disc golf. It was Disc for Dogs. It was really cool. They did like a charity event, so they always got some stuff going on, and I'm excited to see what the future holds. I don't got anything exactly lined up just yet, but recently I've been kind of working with my twin brother on putting out some music for the streaming.
Share that with me.
Just get out there.
And then you put in the permission on the email when you send it to me that says, "I give permission for your buddy Bags to play this music," and I will. I love introducing new artists and entertainers to my audience. I do. I love it. So I did want to hear from you again. What is the music that you like? And we can go back. I mean, I think of some of the songs that we have sung together around a campfire. But what is that? What's your favorite stuff?
Yeah, well, recently I know a lot of the classics. Obviously, I was a big Steve Miller Band fan too. That was kind of a lot of what we grew up with. It was kind of that blend of rock, slight slide guitar, a little country vibe in there too. Recently, I've been very much into a lot of like electronic music. A lot of like when I was living up in the Northwest, they had some kind of grungy, punky kind of stuff. But big fan of this recent band called Peach Pit. They're really good. They do a bunch of like folk. Yeah, they do a good blend of like having a folksy acoustic song, but they'll also
Sounds
have
folksy to me. Yeah.
And they also got a nice like distortion tone on some of their stuff too. So they'll amp up their guitars, which is really cool. Big fan of this band called Tame Impala. They're pretty big, but they're electronic, and they do a lot of weird like sampling that my brother's really into. Also fan of this band called FKJ.
FKJ.
Yeah, he's super cool. He's kind of a solo guy, but he's got like this live production setup. So he's basically playing like 5 instruments at a time, and he's looping it through this pedal, and then he runs over and grabs the bass guitar, and then he runs over to his piano, and then he runs over. So it's kind of fun just watching him live. You just kind of beyond even just the music element, you're like, wow, this guy's like almost like a scientist. So it's pretty cool. There's some bands like that. I got another band I really like too. The last one I'll probably mention here. It's called Parcells.
Parcells.
And they do a bunch of like more upbeat kind of indie rock, kind of guitar driven stuff. And,
James, we're almost out of time here, so I wanted to do this before we hit the top of the hour news. Your music, and unfortunately the quality wasn't great from the instrument. Your voice, beautiful. So where can folks find your music if they wanted to? Where's a place, I don't know, Spotify, iHeart, where's a place where they could find your music?
A lot of it right now is mostly on like the streaming platforms. You can find it on YouTube. You can find it on YouTube Music,
They put in
Spotify.
just James Reed. Will that get them to you?
Really, like it is a little tough. I got this artist name. It's called Blue Jay. If you type in Blue Jay, you should be able to get to it. But it's it's cool. It's a BLEAUXJ. But it's that's where I've released most of my music under that name. I'm getting ready to put out a third album. So if you want to kind of take a listen to what I got,
do you have a website? Do you have a website?
I don't actually right now. I don't. I know you can find me on Instagram as well, and like Facebook. I think there's you'll find posts there too occasionally. But if you go to Facebook, James Reed, I post all my music there as well.
Right, that's where I catch it.
Yeah. So I usually always try and segue Facebook post into all of it as well. So if you James Reed on Facebook, you should be able to find all the music there too.
Well, that's where they can hear you doing a little picking and grinning too, where I couldn't bring that up, unfortunately. But hey, man, what a blast. Anybody want to do a quick shout out to? We got about 30 seconds here.
Let's see. I would say I'd like to shout out to my girlfriend, Sarah. We just spent yesterday moving all our stuff in. So we were tired. We got some pizza and some beer after the long move, and we were just sitting in the living room with a bunch of boxes around us. So it was a good feeling, and so shout out to her.
And then your mom, your dad, your brothers, all of them, shout out from Uncle John and your brother, James Reed. James, thanks, man. Appreciate you coming on. This has been a lot of fun. We'll do it again, but I want you up here in this chair so people can hear you play. Thanks, everybody. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio. We'll be back after the news. Stay tuned.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Renaming the Federal Endangered Species Act to the Endangered Species Recovery Act is purely symbolic, but it points things in the right direction. That's what a former Trump administration official said regarding a measure introduced by Wyoming Republican congressional delegates Senator Cynthia Lummis and Representative Harriet Hageman on Thursday to formally add the word recovery to the ESA's title. Wyoming attorney William Perry Pendley told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines that the relabeling would aptly reflect the ESA's original intent.
Now, on its face, that's all it is. It's a relabeling. It's a name change. It's a symbolic move. It sets the tone for the Endangered Species Act to be about getting species recovered and then getting them off the list. Because their critique of the Endangered Species Act, one criticism of it is that it has been used to keep animals perpetually on the list and perpetually listed.
Roughly 1,600 species are currently listed under the ESA. Wyoming lawmakers wrestled with two energy questions on Wednesday. Should the state invest heavily in squeezing more oil from aging fields? And should it pass a resolution calling for a compact with neighboring states and Canada to build CO2 pipelines? Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the Joint Minerals, Business, and Economic Development Interim Committee delivered a split decision, keeping alive ambitious proposals to boost enhanced oil recovery while rejecting a resolution calling for an interstate pipeline compact.
We already have a pipeline system in Wyoming, and there are pipelines in other states, but the ambition is to expand it and to coordinate with other states to do that. The resolution was ultimately voted down, but I think that there was, my sense from being in the room when they discussed it, was that legislators generally supported the idea. They just didn't think we needed to pass a resolution to say that.
The committee did vote to move forward with a $250 million plan to boost oil recovery using carbon dioxide injection. A man accused of harassing multiple hikers along the Continental Divide Trail suffers from schizophrenia and needs help. That's what Nicholas Sampson's mother told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland. The 36-year-old Sampson, who's been dubbed the High Country Harasser, was arrested July 24th in Carbon County on breach of peace charges stemming from claims that he hit a male hiker in the nose after screaming obscenities at a female hiker.
Sampson's mother reached out to me like, you have no idea the struggles that we have had trying to restore his mental health after a schizophrenia diagnosis in his 20s. The reality of our laws is once his case has been adjudicated or dismissed in this case, and once he's no longer a danger to himself or others because of mental illness, we can't keep holding someone because then you're running into some pretty serious constitutional issues.
The new case comes a year after Sublette County Sheriff's deputies arrested Sampson after 2 different reports last July in which he shoved one male hiker to the ground and hit another male hiker so hard that he fell. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
More than 24 passengers and crew members of a Delta flight received medical care after heavy turbulence over southern Wyoming on Wednesday forced their plane to make an emergency landing in Minnesota. Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports that Flight 56 left Salt Lake City at 4:45 p.m. and climbed to 35,000 feet. About half an hour later, the plane climbed another 1,000 feet where it hit a powerful patch of turbulence. That was over Wyoming.
Passengers say it was rough enough that many of them hit their heads, there were broken bones, beverage carts went flying. The plane had to make an immediate landing in Minneapolis. Talked to our meteorologist, Don Day, who said there were several thunderstorms over Wyoming at that time. It's a very, very rough time.
All passengers were being assisted by Delta's care team, connecting them to other flights, and Delta planned to operate a special flight from Minneapolis-St. Paul to Amsterdam Thursday evening to help Flight 56 passengers reach their original destination. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Welcome back, Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's John Baggett, a.k.a. your buddy Bags. It's 8:05. Let's check real quick, see what the temp is outside. All right. It's 57 degrees here in Sheridan. Going to be sunny with a high of 88. Pretty much sunny all over the state. Some winds picking up, as per usual, over a big chunk of the state. And then afternoon showers developing in some areas, with a chance of rain in Casper, Glen Rock, and Green River, all of them pretty much after 3 o'clock. And you're going to have little rain showers. We've been in that, kind of in that pattern here in Sheridan. Kind of rains almost every day. All right, well, I got to introduce you first so people know who I'm not talking to myself. All right, your microphone's on. And I'm going to get it so folks can see.
Oh.
All right, come towards me. Do not be afraid. There you are. Yeah,
Here.
It's perfect. All
I'm not
right.
quite on the X, but good enough.
Andy Bell. Hang on a second. I've got you a little bit of a description. Licensed clinical social worker and couples counselor, right?
Yep,
so far.
that's me.
Relationships.
Relationships. Yes, I love them.
Andy, here's the genesis of this hour, this podcast / radio broadcast. So, it's like 3 weeks ago now. It's been a while. Deb and I celebrated our 37th anniversary. We're doing pretty good. I guess we're at 39 as far as the relationship, the courting era, right?
Yeah.
And
that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty
And
good.
we're doing great.
Yeah.
Was she nice to you out there?
She was nice to me. You're a lucky man.
I am. Well, I hope, man, I'm going to be nice to her. I think she has us on the YouTube stream too, so she's going to hear it. But I mean, she's a professional. She was a big-time professional in the financial world in Denver, and she retired herself to raise our boys, to be a stay-at-home mom. And she's way more educated than me, way more intelligent than me, but she's chicken you-know-what about, coming on the radio with me. Otherwise, I'd have her in here with us, right? So
we could all be having a good time today.
So she could defend herself. Anyway.
She might sneak in.
I hope so. But point is we were celebrating our anniversary, and I came across an article that was talking about divorce. And I said, when I started this show, I am going to do news, entertainment, sports, fun stuff on a Saturday. And then I also mentioned relationships.
Yeah.
Well, we're about 4 months into this gig, and this will be my first relationship.
Oh, this is your first one.
Yeah. So good for you. All right. Well, let me describe.
I don't know. Is that really good for me?
I don't know.
We're going to find out.
You bet. We're going to find out together. But all right. So you're a counselor with Fortis Therapy LLC here in Sheridan, Wyoming.
Yep.
And I came after you, and I decided I was going to do this format. We'll do a shout out to Jen White, one of my neighbors, who recommended you. She said, this lady will do great bags. You should invite her on the show, when she knew that I wanted to do this on relationships. So anyway, tell us a little bit about you. I mean, you have some initials in front of your name, MSW, LCSW. What's that?
So MSW is Masters in Social Work. That's my degree, right? LCSW is my licensure. That's the Licensed Clinical Social Worker.
Got it.
And so, normally when you see the first part, the last part of credentialing, it starts with your degree and then your licensure component. So I'm kind of smack in the middle of licensure when it comes to mental health services.
The thing that I recognize is counselor.
Yeah, exactly. That's what most people do. They're like, yeah, whatever.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah, all that, now that it means nothing to most people.
Right. So tell us a little bit about you. Are you from around here? Where are you from?
Well, I grew up in Forsyth, Montana, and went to school at, I started out at MSU, well, it's Eastern when I started out, and then it transitioned to Montana State University Billings. Got my degree in psychology and with a minor in sociology. Wanted to be a law enforcement officer when I first got out of school. My grandfather was the sheriff over at Forsyth, Montana, where I was raised.
Gotcha.
He was the sheriff.
My
for
grandfather
years.
was a policeman on my mom's side.
Yeah. And so, I'm Andy the third, by the way. So my grandfather's name was Andy. My dad's name is Andy. I'm Andy.
When we first met, I wasn't sure if this was going to be a dude, because you said Andy this, Andy that, and then Andy Bell. I have a good friend in Denver named Andy Bell with a Y.
Yeah.
And so initial contact, and I was getting the phone number, trying to get in touch with you, and I was texting Andy Bell, the dude,
in Colorado,
and he's replying back, "Huh? Question mark? Anyway, so it's Andy with an I.
Yeah, Andy with an I.
And you're third. You're the.
I'm the third Andy. Yes.
Good for you.
Third Andy. And so I wanted to initially be in law enforcement, right? Tried to break in. I must have applied for like 30 jobs, got turned down for all of them, right? All of a sudden this foster care, or it was actually a group home job that came open to start the Milestones group home here in Sheridan, Wyoming. So I thought, well, you know what, I'll apply for that. And so applied for that, got it. And I'm like, oh my gosh, out of all the stuff, starting a youth group home in Wyoming. And so that's how I ended up over here. And
what was the Fortis therapy? Where did that come from?
Fortis is Latin for bravery and strength.
Okay.
Right. And so I liked, my whole goal is always to empower people. Right. And so what I liked about Fortis, short for fortitude. Right.
Okay.
Right.
No, I should have, but didn't do it. I thought maybe it was somebody's last name. I don't know.
And so it's Latin for bravery and strength, and
now I know.
And that's kind of my focus. Is I want to empower people to become the best version of themselves, and that's my focus. You'll see my license plate says empower. Yeah. And so that is my focus whenever I'm working with people.
That's who I want to see when, what has hit the fan, and you want to tell you, somebody's, it's going to empower me.
Yes.
I like that. But a little more about you. It looks like you're married, and it looks like you have a family.
Yes. Yeah, I have. I am not married. I am engaged.
Gotcha. I'm just seeing a handsome dude
Yes.
there with the. So, do we want to give a shout out to him, or is he wanted or incognito?
No, his name's Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, Mike Schumacher. And so we've been together for about, oh my gosh, we're going on 10 years now. We've been engaged for 10 years. You got something to say about? They're like, and you're the couples therapist.
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting.
It is an interesting story all unto itself. There's a whole backside to it that has played a significant role that has nothing to do with relationship in it. But, and so, yeah, we've been together for about 10 years, and I've got a son. He's got 2 kids.
Uh-huh.
They're all adults. And so, basically, you know, our children are our dogs. We have 2 labs and we have a Cavalier. And so basically,
what's a Cavalier?
Cavalier King Charles Spaniel.
Is that the one, the picture I saw?
Yeah, the little tiny girl.
Yeah.
She's a Cavalier. She's my therapy pet in my office.
Unfortunately, that picture came in a format that wouldn't
Oh,
download.
It wouldn't download, huh? So you can't see the picture. That was her and I
I saw
on the
it.
couch in my office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you met Waylon.
Yes.
That's our therapy dog.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's a lover. And usually, you know, people get here and after they've been licked,
yeah,
they can come in and do the Cowboy State Daily radio show. And it looks like you guys have a passion for golf, maybe?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes. So we love to golf. We love to travel, honestly. And so just got back from Whistler, Canada. We spent a week there just last week. Beautiful. Canada's beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
And so enjoyed that. But yeah, like, so we travel and we do our family stuff. Is my voice not projecting well enough?
There are some people watching us, and I just say in the mic stand, depending on, you know, where you're at, is kind of gets in the way. But
it's
I think I've got it. See,
did you get it?
Yep. You're that. You do not have a face for radio.
Because
that's a compliment.
Oh,
you'll figure it out. I'll let you figure it out. So now they can see that I'm right. So yeah, golf. I'm the worst golfer. I'm one of 6 kids, and I am the worst golfer in the family.
Well,
I mean,
but I hear music is your guys' world.
Yeah.
Do you have a guitar? Do you play guitar?
Oh, no.
Are you a singer? How's your voice?
I will sing. I will sing, but and I sang in choir in school, and then at our church in Denver. Haven't sang here.
Yeah.
I've thought about it, but that's a big step to get up in front of people and sing. I mean, I don't get. Yeah.
Look at what you're doing right now.
It ain't singing. I'll tell you that right now. All right, so we're talking to Andy Bell, and she is a counselor. I'm going with that because
there you
we
go.
Understand what that means. For us that need counseling, we get it. With Fortis Therapy LLC, that's here in Sheridan, Wyoming. And you've already explained MSW is what again? That's
Master's of Social Work.
And then LCSW is
Licensed Clinical Social Worker.
Okay. So how long have you been counseling or practicing?
Oh, geez. I got my licensure in 2006. So I don't know, what is that? 2006 to now?
19 years.
Yeah, 19 years I've been licensed. Before that, I was mainly doing like case management. I was a medical social worker in the hospital. Obviously I told you about running the group home at VOA, right. Started their Milestones Youth Center, then went into their foster care services. Before that I did work in some corrections. I worked at the Halfway House in Billings for about 4 years doing, supervisory, type stuff at the Halfway House. And among other things, plus bartending. I was a bartender all through college. So of course, that really got me into
perfect.
That really got me into going like, oh, maybe I want to be in the human services field. There's a lot of service that needs to be done with humans.
You learn how to nod your head and give the look of concern.
Yeah.
Bartending, probably not at school, at college, but anyway, sorry.
Yeah. Back then, I don't know if I even knew better, honestly, what I was doing. So
you're my kind of counselor now. Bartender. Yeah.
Bartender
Here, drink
slash
this.
there. Here you go. This will make you feel better.
We're not advocating for that, people.
Yes.
We're joking. And these are opinions. Everything we're doing here today.
Hey, this is just my story.
Our opinions, right? We're not doing therapy right now. So if somebody's listening, well, she said, or
Yeah, exactly.
Bag said.
Yeah, she's a horrible therapist.
Yeah, you need to make an appointment if you want the professionals. Anyway, I'm sorry I interrupted, but wow, she was a bartender. Excellent. But go ahead from there.
Yeah. No, so I mean, what was the question? I'm like going like, where am I going?
We were just getting you to Fortis, I think.
Oh, yeah. Well, and so then I went from, working in the hospital, when I got my master's degree, I was working at Sheridan Memorial Hospital. And so, and at that point in time, this was like in the 2000s, between 2001, 2010, I became the psychiatric examiner for the county and worked for the hospital doing acute psychiatric services there and managing the Title 25s and, moved out into community mental health after that and really got into doing, more, how do I want to say, outpatient mental health services. But when you do community mental health, you do a little bit of everything, right? So one of the things that I did during that time was I ran the domestic violence program. And so in that, I just really liked it. I loved working with the population. I loved working with doing the relational work because it's all relational work. And that really is what kind of got me where I'm at, So when I went into private practice, I thought, you know what, I want to do couples therapy. Couples therapy is kind of a little, art unto itself, if you want to put it that way. And I actually enjoy doing relational work. And so between working, all the years in doing domestic violence work and then doing, I'm a Gottman's trained couples therapist. And so once I got into that, and I love Gottman's, the best. I love that model. The model is really more about helping people view relationship differently.
Sure.
It's not about mediating relationships. It's not about being that safe place for people. It's more about reframing what relationship is. And so couples then can go home and use that framework to, I guess, manage whatever issue they have, right?
Yeah,
or deal with any issue that they have.
Well,
in
and
their
if
life.
you're in the throes of passionate problems, you probably want some structure on how to do that.
Yes.
There's got to be a plan. Okay, I'm going to do a break here, and when we come back, I want to talk about that article. And you saw me searching. I thought I had printed out the article here.
I tried to print it out too. I couldn't get it to print out.
Yeah, what's the deal?
I don't know.
But I have enough of it in my brain. I don't need it. And I shared that with you. You probably read part of it and why I wanted to talk about this. And it really is, wow, what if we help salvage a marriage today? I'd get a little weepy if that happened. But anyway, I want to talk about that, about the divorce rate, about the reality of it and all the things that are attached to it. I mean, man, it would take more than the 45 minutes that we have left in this show.
I'm going to say, that's probably one of those topics we could do 45 minutes on.
We'll focus on that article and some of what it said when we come back. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio. This is your buddy Bags. Thanks for tuning in. It's 8:21.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experience and Du Bois, Renee Jean, checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Welcome back, Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's 8:25. Andy Bell, she is a relationship counselor, couples counselor. Pretty accurate description of it. So, a week or two ago, I talked to Andy, and I said, I read this article, and I'm going to share it with you. And it was talking about the divorce rate. So again, this is right while I'm celebrating my 37th anniversary, and I've said it before that it's always disappointing to me when you think of 50% of marriages fail, and especially as a Christian, that 50% of Christian marriages fail. At least that's what the statistics showed. And then I see this article, got me all fired up, that the divorce rate is going down. Is that accurate?
Well, I mean, I'm not a statistician, so I don't know all the details of how they're measuring that. I hope so. Honestly, I hope so. I'm just like you. I hope so. I mean, one of the things I see, working in the field I do, is I see a lot of people not getting married. So it makes you wonder, how much does that variable play into the fact that the divorce rate is going down, as a lot of people are cohabitating. They're choosing not to get married. They're choosing to live their individual lives together rather than getting that piece of paper, that's
why do you
legally.
think that is? Why?
I mean, I don't know. I think
Is
everybody
it
has their own.
generational? Is it the younger generation? Younger than me, anyway.
Yeah, I think so. I think it probably is generational. I mean, I look at it, if I just look at it from a big thing, and I don't want to get too much in the weeds, right? But I always wonder how much of it is because of how I've noticed over the years how connection has become unsafe for people. Like in relationships, when you look at the different generations going on, like there's a lot of unsafety in relationships. There's a lot of, TikTok influencers and YouTube influencers that, they spend hours and hours talking about codependency, talking about narcissism, talking about everything that makes
relationships seem bad, honestly, like seem like they are unsafe places to be, right? Or a hyper focus on all the things that went bad in the relationship. I see a lot of that. I see a lot of that play out in a lot of anxiety with people. Like lots of social anxiety has become a huge thing in therapy, in the therapy world, in the mental health world.
Yeah.
And to me, I look at it and I go, I think connection has just over the years, over the generations of people, just feels unsafe, feels more unsafe than what it used to be 30, 40 years ago.
Well, looking at it from the uneducated, it just seems like the format of the way people communicate. For example, I had my nephew who is a musician and a singer, very talented individual, and we communicate via, Facebook Messenger and texting. And so it just, there's like and he's 28, I believe, years old, and that's normal for him. Every time I text him, it says, "Hey, are you available for a call?"
Yeah. Yep.
So at least it's a conversation with somebody. Well, the generation behind me, anyway, they don't even have the voice connection in a lot of cases. So
that's uncomfortable for them.
It is.
Yes. And so you think about that dynamic, even from like what you do for a living, you think about how that just plays a role in people internally, right? And just how that affects people's comfort with relationship in general, right?
Sure.
And so you can see how this might play a likelihood of why people are just choosing not to cohabitate, or I should say get married, get connected at that level of intensity now where it's just, it makes you wonder if there's just more of an assumption that relationship's going to fail than that relationship's going to be sustainable.
So, all right. So now this is where, it's so this wide. It's as wide as this room, all the issues that come in there. But now there's an issue, and a couple, or sometimes it's probably an individual, because somebody may not be on board. I imagine that happens too. Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's why if you're doing true couples therapy, you have to do an assessment before you make any decisions of what you're going to do in relationship to doing couples therapy.
All right.
Because of that.
Yeah. Well, at least, all right. Well, they've made it to Fortis therapy, and as a couple.
Yeah.
And so, what is the beginning of the counseling? I mean, what are you first trying to determine? Who's right and who's wrong? Who the wacko is in the relationship?
No.
What goes on? How does it start?
Well, normally I'll get a phone call from somebody or an email. I always do free consultations up front with all my clients. And so I can sit down and just kind of stick my finger in the water and get a feel for all those things that you just talked about. So then I can make a determination up front before there's really any, jumping in the deep end with couples therapy in relationship to their particular issue. And so most of the time I'll do a free consultation. I'll sit down, I'll talk to them about, what Gottman's method is, how the therapy approach, what's the theory behind it, how's it play out, like what's it look like, and then I give the opportunity for them as a couple to discuss it. They can both describe. Within that, sometimes I will then pull out what I see. My role is to be an observationist. I'm just on the outskirts looking in, just trying to like figure out like what is it that is going on between them. We were talking earlier, was a couple days ago, we were talking about the difference between I relationships and we relationships.
Yeah.
And that whole focus is very different. And so a lot of times when people are coming into me, they're locked in an I relationship that's now in competition or now in a battle, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm over here going like, how do we move you from that place back into a we? Which is thinking very differently. So that's kind of like how it starts, right? From there, not getting too deep in the clinical side of thing, but there's a whole process, in Gottman's method of using, assessing the relationship, doing an educational perspective on teaching them different ways of communicating, teaching them different ways of thinking about relationship, and then going in and really working into like their particular issues. Like, what are their particular ones? I don't want to jump into the deep end with them until I have a new framework that they can be working on.
You bet. That only makes sense. Do you at times, probably eventually, but do you separate them ever? Do you?
I have.
So I'm going to speak to you alone, and then bring them back together. Or
the only time I do that is when couples flood. So
flood.
So
fled.
Yeah, fled. When couples, when you're doing emotional work, there's such thing as flooding, right? And when we get so upset, right, our fight or flight response can go off, and when we do that, our brains kind of like lock up, and they can. It depends on whether you're a fight or flight or a freezer, right? Like, what are you? Like, are you somebody who's like, I got to get out of here now. I can't even be in your presence anymore. Or who are you in the context of when you're in the fight, right? When I see that happening, I see that the continuation of the relationship at that point in time is just going to keep a flooding event going. Then I'll intervene and I'll ask one partner to leave, so then I can calm the flooded person down, right? And reset things so then I can bring the other person back in. I try not to let it get that far. I try to jump in and throw in the white towel before it gets to the point where the flooding is getting unsafe for somebody. And
it's likely you've had that happen.
Oh yeah.
I mean, so if you were talking to law enforcement, which is something you have a background in, relationships with, excuse me, domestic violence is one of the scariest and most dangerous situations
law
that
enforcement
can walk into. And
absolutely.
So now they're walking into your office with problems. And
I'll say this, when it comes to couples therapy, there's 3 reasons why not to do couples therapy. One is, obviously domestic violence, right? Like, if I think that by doing couples therapy, I'm going to get somebody hurt in the process, if there's any domestic violent component that I'm assessing out, I don't do couples therapy. I also don't do couples therapy if there's an individual issue that I think is going to get worse, right? So like if like somebody's like, well, give an example, like somebody's got serious alcoholism, right? And they've not treated it, right? Or somebody's maybe has bipolar disorder and they are not treating it, right? And I'm concerned that if I put the stress of couples therapy on them, I'm going to say no until this individual issue for you gets taken care of. I'm going to say no to couples therapy, right?
Well, and I could say, just being honest, that, I can be defensive, and you stack on top of that, maybe a substance abuse problem, maybe they're not taking their medication or whatever. And that defensive mechanism is turned on.
Oh, yes.
And it can take it to the next level.
Yeah. Well, and especially if you're not conscious of how it's running your show, in a sense, right? And so, I mean, that's the third one. Let me just finish the third one. The third one is an affair. If I find out somebody's having an affair, right, I don't do couples therapy if there's an affair going on within the relationship. So those are the 3 reasons why you don't do couples therapy.
Got it. I mean, I could see, because then you'd have to bring in the other woman, the other man.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and you can't do secrets in couples therapy.
Oh,
that's one of the first things I tell people. If you're going to come here, I don't do secrets.
Right.
So I'll say, be careful what you tell me. Because if this is a dynamic as part of the relationship and it happens to be, one of the biggest fractures of what's bringing you here, this is one of the things we have to address within the relationship.
Dudes, I can speak. It's like being overweight. You can say things about fat people, and but you can say things about dudes because I'm one. Many of us, not me, because I'm a talker. In fact, I'm more of a communicator in this relationship than Deb is.
Yeah.
She does the math. I do the spelling and the communicate. Okay.
Yep.
So make a good team.
Yeah.
Well, my point is that a lot of guys, even the sound of counseling, dread it,
Oh,
dread
yeah.
even the thought of it. Do you see that, between the genders?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Of just different stigmas that they feel that are on them, right? If they were to come into my world, right? As a couples therapist, there's definitely concern, especially with men, that it's going to be, for example, me and their wife ganging up on them,
right?
Making them
Taking
the bad
sides,
guy,
right.
taking sides, or for women, it's them worrying about that I'm going to think they're the crazy one, right? Like there's just this stigma, this worry that
would be my concern. And we figured you out right away. But yeah, I could see that where that being a female counselor, that maybe a guy would go in there and, okay, now it's 2-on-1.
Yep.
So you've got to be conscious of that, number one, and you probably have a way of, softening that blow for the guy, especially on his first visit.
Yeah. And well, that's another reason why I do the free consultation, because I don't want people investing a bunch of money, right, or time, without feeling like it's a safe place for them. Right. So, to me, I do the free consultation to have that discussion so they can get a feel and an understanding of how I work as a therapist, how I view couples therapy, and how, and just how it works when they come into my office. I call it my office. Whenever couples come in, I say, you're in the couple bubble now. Right. Like the whole world's gone. The only thing that matters right now is the relationship. So my job is to treat the relationship, not to treat the individual.
Okay.
So my focus is only on what's relationally going on.
It seems like that would be very hard to do, to separate the two. But again, if you focused on one in a personality, now you've got barriers put up and people are being defensive. Okay, I have one more commercial break here. When we come back, oh boy, let's talk about marriages that work.
Okay.
Or relationships that work.
Yeah. What aspects are there that make relationships work?
You don't have to be married.
Yeah.
But it would be nice if you had a relationship that was working. So I want to hear a little bit about that when we come back. We're talking to Andy Bell, and she is a counselor, a relationship counselor with Fortis Therapy, LLC, here in Sheridan, Wyoming. She's an MSW and LCSW counselor, and with great advice, and certainly somebody could, if they wanted to, reach out to you or somebody in your business. You would recommend that.
Yeah, there's a lot of good therapists here in the community. A lot of great
betcha.
Therapists.
And, we're very much a regional broadcast / streaming. So if you're recognizing some of these descriptions that we're, doing and paraphrasing at times, do reach out to somebody and make sure that you're taking care of your relationships and your mental health for sure. So when we come back, we'll be talking to Andy Bell. We're going to talk about relationships that work. Why not? Right? I mean, we've been talking about some of the other stuff. So here we go. It's 8:41. Your buddy Bags, a.k.a. John Baggett. We're live in Sheridan, Wyoming on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun.
Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Yeah, back in the little Bag studio here at my little home in Sheridan, Wyoming on Cowboy State Daily Radio. I love it. You met Waylon when you came in.
I did.
He's the yellow lab, 100-pound yellow lab.
He's gorgeous.
Oh, thank you. And, he helps me. He's part of that. Fly fishing keeps me calm.
That probably keeps him. He probably loves that too. Fly fishing.
He doesn't get to go.
Oh, what?
Fishing? No way. He will not stay out of the water.
No fishing done.
Exactly.
He's scaring the fish away every day.
No fish within 100 yards of me if he gets to go. But then we do his trips because he loves the water.
Oh yes, those labs they
Cannot
love.
Stand it.
Yep.
So that would have been my prescription to anybody listening that's having relationship problems. Get a dog.
Yeah, get a dog.
Somebody will love you. No matter what kind of yo-yo you are. Sorry, people. I make it light because it's just my instinct to try to lighten things up. That's a defense mechanism. You're writing this down. I knew he was nuts. All right, so we went to the break. I was mentioning, we talked about, the divorce rate. We talked about some of the struggles, even some of the dangers involved with couples and counseling and so on. But some work.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot work. A lot work. Yeah.
So, is there something that you recognize? So I don't even know with you, people coming in with problems. Are there times when you just kind of get outside of your professionals and look around? They've got a nice, they got a plan and they're doing well. Yeah. What do you recognize, number one, in a relationship that works? And maybe you could share, what is it they're doing?
I mean, well, that's one of the first things I try to assess out is what are the strengths and challenges, in any relationship, right? What I'm always looking for things that work, right? Is I'm looking for how well do these people know each other? Like, do they want to, know each other? Do they want to please each other, right? How well are they attuned to each other, right? Like, how well do they pick up on each other's subtle, nonverbals or just energies that come from them? Like, how attuned they are to each other? How well do they turn towards? This is a big one. Turning towards, right? Like, if you look at, going back to divorce rates, if you look at high divorce rates, what Gottman's method found was couples who quit turning towards each other in the context of when, for example, one partner bids for attention, like, hey, look over here, there's a beautiful blue bird out here, come look at it, right? Like, when their partners stop turning towards them and engaging and being interested in their same things and being interested in having that connection, right? that's a pretty significant indicator that now these relationships are going downhill. So that's one of the things I'm always looking for is like, how well do they turn towards each other? How often are they turning towards each other?
I like hearing that.
How often are they prioritizing that and prioritizing the relationship over all these external things passing us by all day long, right?
Well, I like hearing that because one of the things I think, if somebody were to ask me, 37 years married, 39 together, and doing very well, I think one of those is the turning towards each other. You just said I wouldn't have known how to describe it. Mm-hmm. There's not anything that I ever do that if Deb's not there, my thought is, ooh, Deb would love this. Or,
yes.
Oh,
yes.
I wish Deb were here to see that. Oh, it happens all the time, even when I'm fishing, and she could care less about fishing or hunting or some of the things that I like to do, and golf. And boy, we could do a whole show on don't teach your wife how to play golf. Don't do it. Because Deb's no wallflower. She don't like that. Anyway,
exactly.
But what we do well, we love to hike together. We ride horses together. Those are the times, we don't talk. We like to watch movies and listen to music and so on. And there's not a lot of time to chit chat in there. We talk when we hike or we're on horseback. And that's why it's one of our my favorite things to do. I hope she likes it too.
Yeah.
Deb, come on in. Defend yourself. But anyway, that's that, what activity. That's where I was trying to get to. Those
rituals of connection.
That's what those are.
They're called rituals of connections, where when couples have those rituals of connection that they rarely do, whether it's just coffee in the morning or a bedtime routine or date night once a week, or it could be anything, honestly. But it's those rituals of connection that if couples have them, they're not coming to couples therapy.
Really?
No.
They don't. They're kind of doing therapy with each other.
Yeah. Well, they're
with Mother Nature or whatever they're together
keeping
passion
the connection.
Is.
That connection between them. They're giving each other a message all the time that says, "You matter to me. You are. I care about what you feel, or I care about what's important to you." And when people are giving that message regularly to each other, even if it's just 30 seconds a day, it's powerful.
Yeah, and you have to.
Yes.
I just feel like it would be so awkward, coming home to the same person, and people are doing that, I suppose, coming home and they're having no communication. There's no the connection, and then they're wondering why things are volatile.
Yes.
At times.
Yeah, or why they're so unhappy, right? Like there's just this void that they feel inside of themselves that unfortunately. When that starts happening, it's easier to blame our partner for that void than it is for us choosing not to make that connection with our partner. And so you get a lot of, at least in couples therapy, I have to first get them both on their own side, right?
Right.
Before I can really do anything constructively with working towards building a new, if you want to say a new relational house that they're wanting, if they're in couples therapy, that they're wanting to do. Yeah.
Just the fact that they are at couples therapy is kind of giving you an indication that there's at least been discussion about salvaging things.
Yeah.
But
absolutely.
do you have recommendations for folks with things and exercises, is the right word, to open the lines of communications? Is there some structured the structured format that Gothenburg, what was it
Gottman's?
called?
John Gottman. Yep.
Does it have exercises of helping
Yeah.
make communication happen, in other words?
Well, for a lot of initial stuff is teaching people how to listen to understand, right? A lot of connection that feels safe to people is when they feel heard and understood, right? So a lot of John's Gottman stuff is doing exercises, right? Of going like, this is what listening to understand looks like. Not listening to react, not listening to fix, not listening
I am so
to,
guilty of that.
Talk them out of something, right? Or to change their perception. But a lot of couples therapy is just that. If couples can just get into that space of going like, I know now how to listen to understand you, I'm not trying to change you at all, that immediately shifts the experience into a safe place for people.
If I were being honest, I would say you just hit the nail right on the head. What are your issues, Bags? I've many times in the one-on-one, not on the hike, not on horseback, when it just flows, it's natural. But if it's set up, I feel like I've set up, I listen to respond. I'm already thinking of like the first few words Deb says, I'm thinking, well, yeah, what I'm going to say, and I won't even wait till she's finished. I'll just interrupt with my response.
Yep.
So, that's something I definitely need to work on, and I think Deb would vouch for me. But at the same time, we do have our exercises, our rituals, where the lines of communication open up. So, like I said, if somebody were to ask me what works, you need to find those places and those things that the lines of communication can be opened up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, that's one of the big ones is, if we can have those rituals of connection, we can have give that experience that our partner's wants or needs are important to us, right? Then it's easy for us to build a home, build an empire, build a retirement egg, whatever, make a family, right? Those things just become much easier to do together when you just have even just those two things in place that you're going like, these things are important to us. We prioritize these things. And so this is a very small piece of lots of other variables that play into relationship. But if you're going like, if you were to pick the first two, Andy, of like what you would say would be, keepers in a relationship, those two are keepers in a relationship. Those two are the ones that I talk a lot about with people.
Just generally, with somebody that's recognizing some of our conversation here, is there an organization, is there a website or something where they can at least start the process of finding, because we are region wide here with Cowboy State Daily Network. What would you look for to find somebody that could accommodate a couples therapy?
Obviously we have our community mental health systems, all across the state. So of course they can engage with their community mental health systems and talk to an individual there about what services there are in the community.
Right.
So if you want to look from a state perspective, you could do that. If you're looking specifically for like a Gottman's method couples therapist, you can go right to the Gottmans, John Gottman. You can Gottman. Basically, if you look John Gottman up, you'll get their website, and then they have a whole list of nationally, internationally trained Gottman's method couples there. There's a lot of them in Wyoming, honestly.
Sure.
Just in Sheridan, there's probably 5 that I know of. So they could look there. But there's a lot of different styles of couples therapy. Terry Reel, he's a relational therapist that's very widely known. He's great.
Terry Thiel?
Reel, R-E-A-L.
R-E-A-L,
Yeah, he does a lot. He's a couples therapist. But it just kind of depends on the approach you take, right? But there's a lot of great approaches, and there's a lot of great. I think it's just you looking into. If you go to, you could just Google. You could Google,
sure.
Couples therapy, Sheridan, Wyoming. They're going to pop up with individuals that have that as just part of their websites. So there's a lot of different ways you can actually at least get your foot started in finding somebody.
Exactly, and don't if things. Don't give up on the first try either.
Yeah.
It's just probably like the dentist. If you don't like your dentist not pain free,
yes,
you may look for another one. There's many great ones out there. We only have a few minutes left, so I kind of wanted to give you the floor with maybe an area that I haven't asked you about that you feel like it's really important that we touch on for anybody listening that recognize. Because again, my heart goes out to those folks. We've gone through that with friends and family, brutal, divorces. I grew up in a divorced family, and it was tough childhood experience. So is there some aspect that I didn't ask the question or we haven't touched on that you would want to emphasize?
I would say the one thing that I'm always looking for that I think is important that a lot of people probably aren't even aware of, honestly, is, in my world, it's called enduring vulnerabilities, right? These are the things that people bring into relationships from their past, right? And it doesn't even need to be passed from relationships. It can be passed from their childhood, it can be passed from, just any relational experience they've had, whether it's with their parents or when they were a kid in school, right? Like, people can have relational experiences that make them who they are relationally, right? These vulnerabilities go into our marriages, and they can play a significant role of really becoming like a burden between two people, right? I'll give an example. Let's say, here's the most classic one. Let's say you were the fat girl growing up, in middle school and high school, right? Mm-hmm. So you have all these body image issues, right? Then we go into these marriages, and we really, as an individual who has that vulnerability, they rely on their partner to make them believe they're pretty, right? So they're continually asking their partner, do I look okay? Do you still love me? Do you still find me attractive? Are you still, do you still find me sexually attractive, right? Like, these things can, over time, as we try to make our partners fix these things that are broken us, right? They can really cause a significant burden in the relationship. A lot of couples come in there because they're exhausted in the relationship from those things. So I think a lot of it is also individuals where couples therapy can help, at least from a relational perspective. It helps people to see, what is it that I bring as a relational being into what's making my relationship work and what's making it not work. These vulnerabilities play a significant role, and a lot of people aren't even conscious of them.
Yeah, we're almost done. I mean, I can't believe it went this quickly, and you've been great and a lot of good information here. Andy Bell, she is a counselor with the Fortis Therapy, LLC here in Sheridan, Wyoming. As I promised my audience, I have done a relationship show.
Good job.
And now I know a relationship counselor here, and I'll do it again because it's that important, and it's desperate. Some people are desperate for the help. So, All right. Well, that wraps up the 8 o'clock hour. We're going to go up and away in a hot air balloon in the next hour here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Thanks for tuning in and listening to your buddy Bags. We'll be back.
It is time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Renaming the Federal Endangered Species Act to the Endangered Species Recovery Act is purely symbolic, but it points things in the right direction. That's what a former Trump administration official said regarding a measure introduced by Wyoming Republican congressional delegates Senator Cynthia Lummis and Representative Harriet Hageman on Thursday to formally add the word recovery to the ESA's title. Wyoming attorney William Perry Pendley told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines that the relabeling would aptly reflect the ESA's original intent.
Now, on its face, that's all it is. It's a relabeling. It's a name change. It's a symbolic move. It sets the tone for the Endangered Species Act to be about getting species recovered and then getting them off the list. Because their critique of the Endangered Species Act, one criticism of it is that it has been used to keep animals perpetually on the list and perpetually listed.
Roughly 1,600 species are currently listed under the ESA. Wyoming lawmakers wrestled with two energy questions on Wednesday. Should the state invest heavily in squeezing more oil from aging fields? And should it pass a resolution calling for a compact with neighboring states and Canada to build CO2 pipelines? Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the Joint Minerals, Business, and Economic Development Interim Committee delivered a split decision, keeping alive ambitious proposals to boost enhanced oil recovery while rejecting a resolution calling for an interstate pipeline compact.
We already have a pipeline system in Wyoming, and there are pipelines in other states, but the ambition is to expand it and to coordinate with other states to do that. The resolution was ultimately voted down, but I think that there was, my sense from being in the room when they discussed it, was that legislators generally supported the idea. They just didn't think we needed to pass a resolution to say that.
The committee did vote to move forward with a $250 million plan to boost oil recovery using carbon dioxide injection. A man accused of harassing multiple hikers along the Continental Divide Trail suffers from schizophrenia and needs help. That's what Nicholas Sampson's mother told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland. The 36-year-old Sampson, who's been dubbed the High Country Harasser, was arrested July 24th in Carbon County on breach of peace charges stemming from claims that he hit a male hiker in the nose after screaming obscenities at a female hiker.
Samson's mother reached out to me like, you have no idea idea the struggles that we have had trying to restore his mental health after a schizophrenia diagnosis in his 20s. The reality of our laws is once his case has been adjudicated or dismissed in this case, and once he's no longer a danger to himself or others because of mental illness, we can't keep holding someone because then you're running into some pretty serious constitutional issues.
The new case comes a year after Sublette County Sheriff's deputies arrested Sampson after 2 different reports last July in which he shoved one male hiker to the ground and hit another male hiker so hard that he fell. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
More than 24 passengers and crew members of a Delta flight received medical care after heavy turbulence over southern Wyoming on Wednesday forced their plane to make an emergency landing in Minnesota. Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports that Flight 56 left Salt Lake City at 4:45 p.m. and climbed to 35,000 feet. About half an hour later, the plane climbed another 1,000 feet where it hit a powerful patch of turbulence. That was over Wyoming.
Passengers say it was rough enough that many of them hit their heads. There were broken bones. Beverage carts went flying. The plane had to make an immediate landing in Minneapolis. Talked to our meteorologist, Don Day, who said there were several thunderstorms over Wyoming at that time. It's a very, very rough time.
All passengers were being assisted by Delta's care team, connecting them to other flights. And Delta planned to operate a special flight from Minneapolis-St. Paul to Amsterdam Thursday evening to help Flight 56 passengers reach their original destination. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, good morning. Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. You can hear that in the Zoom room. Hang on, Bob. Coming at you here in just a second. I'm going to give a quick weather update. Chance of afternoon rains, increasing clouds. Sunny in most of Wyoming today with highs in the upper 70s in the high country, near 90 in the lower elevations. Lows from the upper 30s to upper 50s. Right now in Sheridan, Wyoming, where I am. Oh, hang on here. This is pretty sophisticated stuff. All right, Sheridan, Wyoming, it is 64 degrees and sunny where I'm sitting. Hey, let's go to the Zoom room here. My guest. All right, it's Bob Cross. Bob and I have met recently. Bob, where are you right now?
I'm currently sitting in Cody, Wyoming. I
Cody?
just participated this morning in the Wild West Balloon Fest.
Wild West Balloon Fest. You're just across the Bighorn Mountains from paradise here in Sheridan, Wyoming. Hey, good morning, Cody. I'm just kidding here. All right. So anyway, let me back up here and do a little bit of a bio. Give me 1 second, my friend. It's right here. Where is my bio on? Okay. Oh, it's over here. Okay. Well, we're just going to ask you because I set your bio down somewhere.
That's okay.
So you're a hot air balloon pilot, number one. That's where we met, right? And
yep.
Okay, hang on 1 second here. I'm having a little bit of a technical issue. I can fix it ASAP. Okay, well, it's still doing it. Okay, one more time. And then we go. All right. Sorry, man. We're here. Anyway, so also Flight for Life in South Dakota. That's your other gig, your professional life. Describe that before we get into hot air ballooning with Bob Cross here on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Well, I started in Yellowstone in 93 and 94, working at Lake Hospital. And at that point realized I couldn't go back east any further than South Dakota, and found a job there working for the Life Flight. So I've been a flight nurse for 30 years.
Wow. I mean, so you
first on an airplane, and now on both the airplane and helicopter.
So you're like, this was an easy transition for you. So you almost don't count with that kind of experience. You're used to being up there all the time.
It's different flying from any place. I don't like roofs. I don't like ladders.
Wow.
But my balloon at 1,000 or 2,000 feet, it's no problem at all, just hanging out. The aircraft I fly in are fantastic too.
We have that in common. I like flying, and I have skydived, and now I've been in a hot air balloon twice, and but I don't like ledges, and I don't like balconies or very steep, hillsides. So I think it's different. It's not the same as being afraid of heights. It's because I'm not. And as you were there, it was just like 2 weeks ago. You were there. I was in that hot air balloon with you, and I did okay, wouldn't you say?
You did fantastic. And flying in a hot air balloon is
buddy.
different than any other flying because you're hanging out, you're doing the same speed as the wind. There's no turbulence, and we only fly when it's really, really nice out. So
right,
we have gorgeous flights.
It's why so early in the morning. I could have put two and two together, because especially here in Wyoming, this part of the country, Rocky Mountain West in general, it's fairly calm in the morning, and then the winds pick up as you get closer to the afternoon. So that's why if you get up early enough, right at sunrise, then every now and then, especially around here with our friend Jenny Rieger, you might see some hot air balloons up in the air.
Jenny's very nice. She invites balloonists to stop by if they're passing through, and hey, come to Sheridan, we can go flying. And that's what happened the day that you got to fly.
All right. So Bob Cross is with us. He is a hot air balloon pilot, correct? That is the correct description?
That is correct.
How did you become a hot air balloon pilot? Did you just take a ride with somebody and go, I got to do this? This is awesome. Was it as simple as that?
Kind of. Our lead pilot at Life Flight was a balloon pilot, and he asked me if I wanted to come out and crew for him. And not knowing what I was doing, I volunteered. And the first time I came out and crewed and just had a fun time chasing the balloon. And the second time he tells me to get in the balloon, and I'm like, nah, I'm not really a fan of heights, with the bridges and ladders and stuff. And he tells me if I don't get in, I'm really not going to enjoy this, because he's going to put me in one way or another. And I climbed in the balloon, and he was about 30 feet up in the air, and I'm just amazed. I'm looking around, just wide-eyed, hanging over the basket, looking down at the ground going, this is so cool. And a couple days after that, we were on a return trip from Rochester, and he looks over at me and says, what kind of balloon can I get you? And jokingly said, one I can afford.
Yeah, right. It went at the carnival with helium in it.
Yeah, and he says, well, you need to talk to this guy because he needs to get out of it. He's got some issues going on, and he'll make you a great deal. And I bought my first balloon not knowing I needed training, licensing, maintenance, all the things that go along with it. I just bought a balloon because I had so much fun on that first ride.
Well, I can relate it. I'll tell you a bit about my experience. I want to go back a step. You mentioned crew. So so Jenny Rieger, who we were just talking about, who is also a hot air balloon pilot here in Sheridan, Wyoming, your friend, she asked me if I wanted to crew. And I told her, because every time they fly here in Sheridan, or float, what do you guys call it? When I see her, if she's coming this way, because I think they go towards the VA, Fort McKenzie over here is a good place to land, because she comes over my house quite a bit. I always go outside and I wave, and I always wonder if she sees me. And I told her that one time. Oh, hey, Jenny. All right, I'm not going to say anything nice. I'm done.
I would expect
That's
nothing
Jenny
less. John.
right there. She is the woman who, I don't know if she was completely honest with me when she asked me to be on crew. Next thing I knew, thank God now, is I was in the basket and we were headed up. And like I said, I was thinking that it was going to be me, crew, which I kind of know what that means, which is, kind of chase the balloon around and so forth. So I'll let you describe what is crew.
Ballooning's a wonderful sport, and as a balloon owner, I'm just literally a guy driving around with a trailer or a pickup truck with a balloon in it. I'm nothing without my crew. And that's a group of people that are going to help you take it out, set it up, and then follow us, because we don't have the ability to turn around and come back to an airport. And so they chase us, and so we call them a crew or a chase. And then once we land, they help us pack up. But with our folks, we take our crew up for balloon rides when we've got availability. And that day you were available and I had a spot. That's how you got to go.
Exactly. Well, thank God I did, because at first I was a little bit concerned. I mean, I have, like I was talking about earlier, developed this vertigo in my old age that I didn't used to have. And so, and the last time I was in a hot air balloon once before, and it was 1984. And I just had on last week the guy who took me up in that balloon. And it was just, coincidental. It's the second time I go in a hot air balloon, like 40 years later. And then I have the guy who, on the first time on the show, related to skydiving. So he's the one that I was taught how to skydive with him and his team. But he was performing at a county fair, and him and a couple other guys in the balloon, they told the pilot that I was the team photographer. They hung a 35 millimeter camera over my neck, which I was not. I was just there. And so we go up, and they went significantly higher than you and I went up a couple weeks ago. And just imagine when they're sitting on the basket edge, and then they do back gainers off the basket, and I'm watching them do that. So that was my experience. And then, I enjoyed that ride very much. So again, I was just a little bit unprepared. I thought I was going to be driving around in a truck as crew, but I thank God that I did. And I want to thank you for giving me that experience. Wonderful experience. I'm talking to Bob Cross. He is a hot air balloon pilot. He's also a flight nurse at Black Hills Life Flight in real life. I mean, this guy's legit. But I want to talk a little bit about our experience together. For those who are streaming, they can see some of the pictures and video that I'll be playing. Those who are listening, you can go to our website, cowboystatedaily.com, and then bring the drop down for radio, and all our shows are archived, and you can watch it if you wanted to see it. But Bob, so let's talk about that experience, you and I. I think part of what was a relief to me was there was a 9-year-old little girl.
Yes,
it was Ava. I can't remember, but I can't remember her name. But anyways,
it started with an A.
It started with an A, and she's the cutest thing in the world. And I think it helped that I was trying to be brave in front of her because I was a little nervous when we took off. Is that fairly typical of folks for the first time? I mean,
it is. And a lot of times we'll just tell them, we take off. If they're really nervous, it's like, if this bothers you a whole lot, just sit on the bottom of the basket, and that way they get to see the inside of the basket, and I'll land as soon as I can.
Yeah.
And it just gives them an option. And suddenly you take off and people have a death grip on the uprights, a portion of the balloon that holds the burners up.
Right.
And you'll go flying, and all of a sudden the death grip is gone, and they're holding onto the side, and they're looking over going, oh my God, this is so cool. And I'm like, I feel that every time I get to go up. but I love sharing it and seeing everybody's look on their face. And
the view is pretty much indescribable. Number one, rarely, because we fly in and out of Sheridan, and it's a beautiful place anyway. But this is slow, it's calm, and it's quiet. It's a completely different experience, I think, than flying. Would you agree?
Oh, it's incredibly different. There's, like I said, no turbulence because we're floating the same as the speed of the wind. You can hear everything around you because there's no distortion from the speed of the wind because you're going the same speed. And when we flew, I think our top speed was like 3 miles an hour. And it was just a gorgeous day. We spent a half an hour to go a couple blocks, bopping up and down. And being able to stand in the basket and have unblocked views. And my balloon has a thing called a turning vent, which I can make it spin to the right.
Right. I remember you.
And so
let me see if I can get
we
that
have people,
while you're talking. I'm going to give example what you're talking about, because I did take a video. And again, you can go to cowboystatedaily.com and see it if you are listening, because we are broadcasting as well as streaming. But go ahead and finish your description.
I have a turning vent, and when I pull it, it will spin the balloon to the right in a slow spin.
And that's what we did. And I just showed some folks what that looked like with that panoramic view. Incredible. So again, this passion that you have, I mean, you have a community, as you saw Ginny sticking her head in the window there. You guys are at an event. Where are you, and what is the event, number one?
We're over in Cody, Wyoming, and the event's the Wild West Balloon Fest. It started back, I think, in 96, and then it took a couple years off, and I've only missed the first one because, well, I didn't know they were having it yet. I fell in love with Wyoming and couldn't get any further away than Rapid City, South Dakota. But we've got 9 balloons here today, and we took off and flew for just under an hour, and I think we went about 1.5 miles.
Yeah, and it's just so beautiful over there. Oh my God, you're up and you can probably see into Yellowstone and the Absarokas around that region. Was it as beautiful as I can imagine?
Yes, it was. It was a very clear day. People have pictures with Heart Mountain in the back of my balloon because I flew to the north of town. So Ginny got to go over and dip into the Shoshone River. She got some winds that took her over that.
A bad landing or what?
No. We just take our balloons down right above the water and we'll touch the water and see if we can just sail with just the bottom touching it, not even getting your feet wet.
Well, I feel like I got gypped because we almost touched a tree. In fact, I leaned over and grabbed but not landing in a creek or a lake. That's pretty cool. I'm joking.
We try and do that. We call it a splash and dash.
You guys have guts galore and some other things too with some of the maneuvers you do. What are some of well, first of all, we had 5 balloons at our little get together a couple weeks ago here in Sheridan.
Yes.
I think we had 5 and what a sight for people to get up in the morning and you look outside. It is just a beautiful sight to see hot air balloons up in the air. I'm fascinated by it. And again, that's why I reached out to Ginny about this whole thing. And, but some of these events you guys are going to, we'll do that when we come back. I just watched the time. See how excited I get about talking about this? Almost skip past the commercial break. It's 9:22. We're talking to Bob Cross, talking about hot air ballooning, which I had the recent experience with Bob, and it was a blast, and I loved it. We'll come back and talk some more here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Stay tuned.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
It's 9:24 with your buddy Bags. I've mentioned before that that during the week I'm busy working for folks in their efforts to buy and sell real estate. I work with Bruce Garber and his great team at Century 21 BHJ here in Sheridan. I've known Bruce since we were teenagers, and man, he's got a great reputation of honesty, integrity. He's our broker, and he works hard on behalf of Century 21 clients. So whether selling a property or buying a property, here at Century 21 BHJ has been around here since 1908. And I'm licensed statewide, your buddy Bags. Century 21 has a huge network of very capable agents all across the state that I can get us in contact with if it's in Gillette, Laramie, Cheyenne, Casper, of course here in Sheridan, the Buffalo area, and of course many other Wyoming communities. Homes, townhomes, farmland, ranches, cabins in the hills, and just raw land. Go to my website. It's johnbaggett.sites.c21.homes. That's kind of hard to remember. You can always text me here in the studio at 307-278-9598, and I can contact you and get you in touch with the right people. And if you go to that website, you check out our inventory. You can customize your search. Sign up for my newsletter full of market information, mortgage rates, and I post a blog there. And again, that's john.sites, c21.homes, and just put that in your browser or text me and I'll send that to you. If you want to reach out to you, text me here, or you can email me to it, john@c21bhj.com. Back to the Zoom room with now a friend. We just met a couple weeks ago, but it was in one of those situations, Bob, where you cling to the expert when you're unfamiliar in this territory, which was me. And again, I appreciate you saying I handled it rather well, but that was quite an experience, and I can't forget it. And it was the trigger that made me want to put you on the air and talk about this passion of yours of hot air ballooning. So anyway, before we went to the break, I was telling you about the 5 balloons up above Sheridan. It was so cool to see them from up there and looking down or across to them in the air. Some of these events you go to, I have seen on TV. have maybe hundreds of balloons, hot air balloons up in the air. Have you been to some of those?
I've been to Albuquerque multiple times. I think I'm nearing 20. And this year they'll have about 650 balloons, and that includes special shapes. So balloons shaped like elephants or horses or Darth Vader's helmet or, every kind of animal you can think of. They have different special shapes, but there's 650 balloons, and we take off in a huge field, and it takes 2 waves in 3 sections to get off the ground, and almost 2 hours to get all the balloons up.
And you see them on the ground. When you first get there in the morning at sunup, the balloons are laid out and they're on their side, and there's a lot of noise. It sounds almost like jets taking off. What's happening there when the whole thing starts early in the morning? What are you guys up to?
Well, after we get the balloon laid out with our wonderful crew, we have to start inflating it, and we use a gas-powered engine on a fan. And so I have a Honda motor with a 30-inch prop on it, and that fills up my 90,000 cubic foot balloon. And so you'll hear those running initially, and as the balloon gets nice and full and tight with cold air, then we apply hot air with the burners, and that's when you hear the jet engine sound. So at first it's just the running of the 8 or 9 horsepower engines, and after that it's when the balloons kick up. And these are done by rows, and so it's a constant noise and hum and progression to get everybody up and out of there.
That can be a little intimidating, that noise. It really does sound like a jet taking off. For the uninitiated, of course.
Yeah, the first time I flew in Albuquerque, my crew wanted to know who I was going to take up, and I'm like, I'm going by myself. This is just overwhelming. And I had turned around and flown by myself, and I was up and down all over the sky because I was just amazed being in the middle of all these balloons.
How many balloons are there in Cody today?
Today we had 8 balloons up in Cody today. And usually we're at smaller rallies where, 20 is probably the tops. Riverton's got a little more, but Casper's got a low number. We've limited the number at Straddle Bowl just because it's a smaller area. And it's also a very historic area for us balloonists. But 15 in Custer. And so this is kind of par for the course. We get balloons in from all over the place. I'm from South Dakota, come over to Cody and Sheridan. We've had balloonists from Canada, from Montana. Eastern side of South Dakota was one of the groups that were at Sheridan. And so we find out, you find these beautiful areas to fly like Sheridan and Cody, and it's not hard to get balloonists to come to it.
You bet. And it's not probably not that difficult to get crews to volunteer as well, especially when they find out that there are occasions where they get to go up with you. They're rewarded.
Yeah. Today I took up 2 crew members, a young gentleman who's been with me a couple of years. Before, he wasn't able to pull himself up to the side, and now I think he's 5 years old. And he wanted to know if he could come back and crew tomorrow. I'm like, well, you need to ask Mom because you don't drive yet. But today we took the mayor of Cody up. Awesome. Our sponsor is Pawnee Irrigation, and he turned around and said, can you take the mayor up? I said, bring her over. And so we had the mayor of Cody up with us.
It seems like the community of hot air balloonists is pretty tight. I mean, I was very impressed after our ride that they're, I'm not going to give anything away for first-time flyers, but there is I want to describe it as maybe a community and a welcome to the team type atmosphere, even for, first-time and, in my case, second-time balloonists. Pretty amazing, your community and the friendships you guys have formed. Am I right?
Oh, it's incredible. The nice thing about the group that we hang out with that shows up at a lot of these places is we all fly very similar, meaning we're not competition flyers. We're here to have fun. And so if one of us goes, yeah, there's something I don't like about the weather, we're all like, good enough for us. We'll call it a day. We just want to be as safe as we can and have as much fun as we can. And when we come back, we have ceremonies for our first time riders. And then Jenny and I get together and we really enjoy tequila, but we only enjoy tequila when we're together. And so after we have a champagne toast, we'll end up doing some shots of tequila, and Jenny was nice enough to bring me one.
Aha. Well, we'll do that. We are broadcasting, so there are some FCC regulations against that. Now, if this was even
and that's why it's sitting there
4 months ago, we could have done it because we were only streaming. Now we're live broadcasting in 4 Wyoming communities as we speak, and now we're back to being regulated. So we could have dropped an expletive, and you probably could have done that shot of tequila. But I know now that it is part of a ritual that you guys have, and it's a wonderful initiation. Anyway, it was very cool, and it just made every one of us, the newbies, feel welcome. You guys were wonderful. There is an aspect of it. So with our experience, when the balloons come down and you're on the crew and you're in the pickup, the chase crew, there are some dangers involved. And I got to see, we never got in any trouble, and it wasn't a big deal, probably, especially for you guys. But for the uninitiated, you could see where something could happen. I mean, so you mentioned safety, but there are some real dangers involved with hot air ballooning. That's for sure. Am I right?
Oh, there's always dangers. We use liquid propane to power the burners. The nice thing is every year our balloons, or every 100 hours, have to go in for maintenance, just like a regular aircraft, because our aircrafts have N numbers. And we have parts that are time limited, meaning I have hoses on my balloon where the propane runs through. And when they expire, I have to replace them.
Okay. Yeah.
And so
there's a shelf life.
And it's long before they would ever have an issue, but the manufacturer says X amount of time and it gets taken out of service. And so, like, for me, next year, my propane lines will be changed. But for flying, we have things we avoid: power poles, power lines, livestock. Some is not happy with that we're there. And of course, we don't want to mess with anybody's livelihood.
No.
That's the last thing we want to do. But where I landed, I was going north. And as soon as I landed, the winds on the ground, 30 feet below me shifted and started slowly taking me back towards power lines. And you guys came up and stopped before I got even close to them.
Well, and even, somebody like me, super rookie, hot air balloonist, I recognized the situation, and and there's others who have done this before. They certainly jumped into action to make sure that everything was okay, and it was, of course. But you mentioned something too, because it's interesting. The balloons, when they come down, they can come down in private pastures. They can come down in a school yard, etc. These places. Do you ever run into a situation where somebody gets upset with that? I see cars pulling over. When we were up there, cars were pulling off the side of the road to watch us, and they're waving at us, and everybody seemed genuinely happy to see us. Maybe a couple dogs in the backyard weren't all that happy, but with that aspect, you're not really asking permission, I guess, in some cases. And then, of course, some of it's public property. But have you ever run into a situation where it caused some turmoil?
Yeah, I have. And I understand. My goal is, the last thing I want to do is mess with anybody's livelihood. And there are people that had a bad experience with a balloonist 20, 30, 40 years ago. And so everybody after that is, of course, a bad person. And we work as well as we can to avoid those landings. But if somebody does come up and they're upset, first thing we do is let them vent, because it is their property. Usually we're trying to get our crew ahead of us to ask for permission where we're going to land. And so somebody knows we're there. So if they've got something going on, we know about it. We avoid things, especially crops and livestock.
Right.
Where I fly, we've got pine trees on the ridge lines. And so I'll be flying along thinking it's a very open area. And all of a sudden I hear the pine trees mooing. I can't see the cows, but I can hear them.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got ways to try and mitigate it. We use a thing called a whisper valve or a bypass, where it doesn't make that big blue flame that you were used to, make that loud noise.
I see.
Because when it goes up through the coils, it makes an ultrasonic sound that you and I don't hear, but animals really don't like. I skip the coils and we try and burn and just get past them.
Yeah.
But most of the time, the cows and the livestock calm down as soon as they can see you.
Yeah, and I could see where horses would be be spooked and so forth. But again, the knowing that the concept and the agreement with hot air balloonists is to do no damage. Number one, safety first, and to be respectful of people's private properties. But at the same time, there are times when you just have to come down if the winds come up. And what I noticed is when we were landing at least near private property, we actually came down on public property. When we finished up, what I noticed is there's a concerted effort amongst all the crew to break down the balloon and move it away from that private property. So I was amazed at how quickly you guys do that. That's a huge balloon. It's a big. What are the dimensions of your balloon, by the way?
My balloon's 90,000 cubic foot. So think of 90,000 basketballs would fit inside my balloon. So it's about 80 foot tall. And the fabric itself weighs about 300 pounds, a little less. But it gives you an idea. Basically, the volume of a nice 2-story house is what is encased in my envelope, the balloon portion.
Well, and like I said, that crew gets going. And so if you end up on private property, it's not for very long. It was very efficient, and I was impressed with that for sure. It's 9:40, and when we come back, I want to talk about, it would seem to me, without knowing, and I didn't do a whole lot of research on the cost of being a hot air balloon enthusiast like yourself. So I do want to hear a little bit about that. And maybe before we finish, if there's a way for someone who's saying, oh man, I would love to do that, how they might be able to make that happen. So, but we come back, how much does this thing cost? Because it's an impressive object when it's up in the air. So we'll be back. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. It's 9:40. Thanks for tuning in.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, WyoLotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
And welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Hey, that's your buddy Bags. Did a little picking and grinning here with bumper music there, Bob. Woohoo! All right, and you're on the ground in Cody, Wyoming. Bob Cross is a hot air balloon pilot, also a Flight for Life nurse. Say again exactly what it is you do in real life, Bob.
In real life, I'm a flight nurse. I work in both an airplane and a helicopter, and myself and a partner transport patients either from scenes or to back to the hospital or in between facilities. And we go anywhere in the country with our airplane.
Yep. And again, I mentioned earlier, you're up in the air a lot, more than most folks with your world.
Yeah, I truly enjoy it. I love my job, but my coworkers can tell when I haven't got to fly the balloon enough. They're like, yeah, we need to get Bob out flying the balloon. He's getting grumpy.
Your happy place. We all have
it's
them.
It's my release.
Do you have a significant other in your world? Are you married? Or what's your status?
I'm widowed now for 9 years. My wife passed away. She was a nurse at the hospital. And currently I fly a balloon that's got an angel on it that's in her honor.
I saw that.
So she flies with me all the time. The fun thing was she used to fly once a year because she thought she had to. And then she always had a death grip on the uprights because the heights scared her. And so now I put an angel on the balloon, so she got to fly with me each time.
Amen to that, brother. Yeah, well, sorry to hear that. But I do know that I just had a marriage counselor on in the last hour, fulfilling my promise to my listeners that someday I was going to do a relationship show. But it was good. It actually went very well. But the point is that she brought up that you have to have rituals and places for a healthy marriage. We finally got around to what looks like a healthy marriage, having places and things that you do together that open up the avenues of communication. And it would seem to me that this sport, do you call it a sport, hobby?
It's a sport.
It's a sport. Would be one of those places where you could find some relational bliss, huh?
It really is. One, we find these beautiful places to come fly, which fulfills my need. But my wife loved Cody and she loved Sheridan, and we got to go up to the park. And so we got to experience these places with our children, along with ballooning. And by all means, speaking with my wife, it opened lines of communication, because I always told my crew, if there's something you don't like, there's something that bothers you, feel free to turn off the fan. You can pull out the red line, collapse it, and we'll call it a day. It's no problem. But my wife and I, she was more than happy to go, this isn't right, stop. And if I didn't listen, later on we had a longer discussion. And it was more about what. And after 16 years of marriage, she could come up and just turn off the fan. And I'm like, okay, we're done going to breakfast.
Yeah. Well,
and as safety, it really opened up our communication lines, where if I was in my own head, it was one of those where she'd get in my face and go, okay, stop.
Well, part of the issue could be, this is an expensive sport. This absolutely, I can see the investment involved. Any, real passion, though, if you think about it, like if you're into the equestrian sports or, auto racing, they're all expensive, right? But what does, what are the, where's the pain threshold with the money spent on hot air ballooning?
There's lots of little things that go into it, but if you want to go out and buy a brand new hot air balloon system, about the size that you flew in, a 90,000 cubic foot balloon, and go to a major manufacturer, it's going to cost you anywhere between $45,000 and $60,000. And people think that's so expensive, but I have friends back in Rapid that have spent that much on their Harley.
Yeah. Yep, that's
and
my point.
I chuckle because I have a trailer for my balloon, and they're like, yeah, but you got to have a trailer. I'm like, you got a trailer for your Harley. We have radios and training and things like that. But the difference is they get to enjoy their Harley. When I take my balloon out, I get to enjoy it with everybody, and I get to take up new people like you in the sport, which is such a great joy for me. I have love of flying, but watching everybody else's is fantastic. So you can actually get into ballooning you can buy a system for $20,000 to start and learn with, and you need some training for it and then insurance and things like that, like you would for anything.
Right.
And what's really fun is when you go to a sports show, I realize that my balloon's a lot cheaper than any boat.
Yeah. Yeah. What is that what's the adage? The two best days of a boater's life is when you buy a boat and then when you sell it.
When you sell it.
And you've been doing this for so long, I can tell that balloon ain't going anywhere but up. I'll tell you what. I do. Go ahead.
This is my 5th balloon I've had. You buy inexpensive ones to learn and train on because you're going to, have incidents when you're going to tear stuff. You might burn it. So you don't want to buy a brand new balloon to learn on. And this one, I replaced the envelope, the balloon portion over top, with a manufacturer in Helena, Georgia named Head Balloons. And just the fabric portion was about $17,000, which sounds like a lot, but it's going to last 500 to 1,000 hours of flying.
I've left this to the end. We've got about 7 or 8 minutes left. This question for you. Hope you appreciate it. And you'll say, yeah, never mind. I want to talk about bags. But you told me a story while we were up in the balloon floating over Sheridan with a view that I can't even describe. It may not be the only one, but there was an incident on there with a woman whose, let's just say her tummy was upset. How diplomatic was that?
It happens. And, we deal with those issues, whether it's needing to land right now and let them out of the basket, or sometimes
it was let out in the basket.
Yeah, if they're passing gas. And the drawback of that is if somebody's walking and passing gas, it kind of distributes it. But when you're going the same speed as the wind, there's nothing to distribute it. So you've got to live with it.
Yeah. Well, of course, then you've got, flames above you. So depending on how volatile that is. Okay. That was just.
We're hoping there's not that much methane.
Yeah, exactly. All right. I do want to hear, it's just the way it is, pal. This is media. Tell us about any or a couple of your scary experiences.
One of them was in Albuquerque. And I tell this one because if you search it, you'll find it on the internet. I was going for a splash and dash in the Rio Grande, and there were a line of balloons all going for the same area. And we all came past a dead tree. And when I saw it on video, like the 6th or the 8th balloon passed. And as I came past, my crown line, which is a rope that goes from the very top, so we can control the balloon when we're inflating and deflating, and it was tied off, and my balloon caught one of those branches. And since everybody else had me that get into incidents, and they helped come over and they got the crown line off the tree, and it put all the weight on my vent line, and my balloon actually collapsed into the Rio Grande.
Wow.
But my passengers were already out. They were safe on the ground. I was in the basket and standing in all of 3 or 4 inches of water because I was right on the shore. But the speed of the Rio Grande actually filled up the envelope, and we tried pulling it out and different things, but the envelope ended up getting destroyed in the Rio Grande.
The envelope, what's that again?
The fabric portion of the balloon.
Gotcha.
We got the basket and burners back, but they ended up being destroyed because of the grit in the Rio Grande. Just going past that scoured everything off.
Well, you do go through a safety bullet point instructions beforehand, and we talked about that coming down and getting in and out getting out of the basket in a hurry. I remember that. Maybe describe what you were telling us if something were to happen when you come down.
Well, with every flight, we go through the same things about, I joke about where the exits are, which are the 4 sides of the basket. But that when we come down, you need to hold on to one of the uprights, bend your knees just a little bit so they're not locked,
right?
Because we may bounce. Don't get out until I tell you to, because otherwise you're going to find out if the balloon's still got a lot of buoyancy in it. When you take that weight off and you've still got a leg hanging over the basket, it's going to go up and leave you on your head. And for me, it could be a bad thing. For you, it's definitely a bad thing because nobody planned on landing on their face, which means I get to land the balloon and then I'll come back and take care of you.
Yeah, I'm old and overweight too. So on top of that, you've got those issues. But
we're all getting older. But prepping the people on the flight and telling them what not to grab onto. You don't grab onto the red line or my turning vent, and the handles need to stay up. And then I repeat multiple times during the flight about the landing, because that's where you're involved the most. It's not hard if you reach up for the burner, I can smack your hand away. But if you try and get out early, or you reach out as we're going to, if the winds pick up and we're going to drag, the last thing you want to do is put your hands out onto the ground, because it'll just pull you out and underneath the basket. So just hang on to the uprights and things like that. And we make sure that we go over that multiple times so it's drilled into you.
Well, Bob Cross is a hot air balloon pilot, and he was here a couple weeks ago with a little event that Jenny Rieger put together here at Sheridan. We had, I believe, 5 balloons up in the air, and I had my second opportunity 40 years later to go up in a hot air balloon. And I just had a wonderful time. That's why we're here talking to each other. It was one of those situations where, as I explained to the therapist in the last hour, that I wish Deb would have been with us, my wife, because she would have loved it. And she's not as, chicken, as I am when it comes to stuff like that. But it is one of those couples experiences, I would think. So I was going to ask you here, while we've got just a couple of minutes left, if there's somebody who said, man, I want to do that. Are there organizations? I mean, is there a website clearinghouse of folks, hey, you want to go in a hot air balloon, that people can do that, or find an organization that does that?
We have a national organization called the Balloon Federation of America, and they have a website, and they will list ride balloons throughout the country. But honestly, if you see a balloon up and flying, and follow them to where they land. We love having people out there, that want to crew, that want to help, and we can get you hooked up with commercial pilots who are the instructors in ballooning. If you want to start ballooning, or if you just want to crew and find out more about it, that's also a great way.
Into it could be, but not like me, where get in, we're going. Yeah, I'm joking, but yeah,
I went through the same thing.
Really, you were there to crew, and they put you in there. I could see where, if you would have asked me first, like, I probably would, no, I want to just watch and observe, and I'm going to do this. But it was a point where I said, okay, now get in. And I'm a good soldier, and I do what I'm told most times. So I did. And I just thank God because I can see myself. I should probably watch and observe. But because it happened like bing, 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 I was in there and we were headed up. And now I'm like bragging about it. Yeah, I was right up there flying around, no problem. But I'm glad I did it. I'm so glad. And I really want Deb to have that experience. So maybe next time when you guys are around or in the vicinity, I can bring Deb along and make her do the heavy lifting on the crew.
That would be fantastic. I mean, Jenny puts these together where she just tells balloonists, hey, there's a decent price on a hotel here. Come on and we can go fly. And honestly, you have one of the most beautiful areas that's the mountains actually protect it. So you can fly in Sheridan when the rest of Wyoming is windy.
Right. Well, keep that secret to yourself, pal. Just kidding. Hope it's not blowing too hard in Glen Rock or Baggs, Wyoming, or any of those places. But again, you mentioned it before, you get up early enough, even in those places, a lot of those places, you can get up there with, calm winds and be down before the winds come in the afternoon.
Yeah, we like to say we're down before most people are up for breakfast.
Yeah, you are. When she said, okay, you got to be there at 5 a.m., which I was. Again, I'm an early old morning show radio guy, so that's not a big deal to me. But yeah, it made perfect sense that's when you want to get things started early on. Well, believe it or not, pal, we are out of time, and I really enjoyed it. Sincerely, you saw my face up close while I was up there with you in that balloon, and I just want to thank you again in front of everybody and look forward to the next time we can do that again. So, Bob Cross, my guest here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back next Saturday here on Cowboy State Daily Radio.